Hello and welcome to Trial TV Live. I am the Squeegee of Justice. Thank you so much for joining us today as we are going to be covering the sentencing of the Charles Jones shooting trial. That's going to be happening a little bit later today around 1:30 Eastern. So in the meantime, I thought we would just kind of review the trial, review the verdict, the penalty phase, the guilt phase, just to kind of get ourselves prepared for the actual sentencing coming up in just a little bit. So, all right, so welcome in everybody. Have a seat, get comfortable, and we have a few hours before sentencing starts. So we will fill up that time by watching some trial. So with that, let's get started.
Hey, what up, say? This that shit to make them all go dummy. Now I got bread, they all want something from me. Showing like pros, man, I told them that it's money. And I own my own bars, just like it's always sunny. Ugh, thought she said something to me. We were never friends, told them I am not your buddy. Now they all call, I got some buzz like honey. Then they check the Spotify and they looking at me funny. I don't blame you, dog, that's how this shit goes. Same two paths, we just pick different roads. Glue on the safe, I just stuck to the code. Now they tell me that I'm driven, bro, I already drove. So diverse, got too many flows. Checks coming in, got too many O's. Remember in the past, had too many lows. Now when I look around, got too many bros. Don't like to spend it, I told them I'll save it. Now that I'm here, dog, I seen it, they hate it. I'm making hits like I'm running those bases. And they taking shots, bro, I know that they faded. This that shit to make them all go dummy. Now I got bread, they all want something from me. Showing like pros, man, I told them that it's money. And I own my own bars, just like it's always sunny. Ugh, thought she said something to me. We were never friends, told them I am not your buddy. Now they all call, I got some buzz like honey. Then they check the Spotify and they looking at me funny.
All right, welcome in everybody, welcome in. Davion, that's Vic Sage, Always Sunny. That's from a audio bank, so I'm not sure where it's available other than there, but it's Vic Sage, Always Sunny. All right, welcome in everybody. How's everybody doing? I am still battling my cold, so for all those that are asking, Aaron and I are still working our way through it. I was able to get outside and mow this on Saturday, which I think helped a lot. Sweated out a lot of stuff, but I'm still dealing with the congestion and the cough. It's in a little bit at my chest a little bit right now, and Aaron's about 2 days behind me. We're working our way through it. So. All right, who is with us? Nick and Grampy, Elaine, good morning. Hello. Richard in the kitchen, good vibes only. Good to see you guys. Kimbers, hello, welcome in. Elaine, yes, we had a good weekend. Weekend was good. A lot of relaxing, although I did mow. I felt I needed to do it. If I didn't do it, I wouldn't get to it until this weekend. And it was getting pretty woolly. So I had to get out there and do it this weekend. Kathy Davis, welcome in. Good to see you. Horse Welfare, hello. How are you? Grampy, you're still okay. Still painful until you get some ultrasound guided injections on July 2nd. All right, that's still a couple weeks away. Hang in there. That's all I can say. Just hang in there. Horse Welfare, how are you? Selena K, good morning. Brenda, good to see you. Welcome in. Kathy, you scalded your hand making hummingbird nectar. Ouch. That hurts. That hurts just reading that. So sorry that happened. Bama Green Eyes, Little Lulu. Oh, I've got some ginger lemon, not tea, just ginger lemon water here. So I got a big, huge stick of ginger, and I've just been pounding that over the last couple of days. Deviant, good to see you. Welcome in. Let's see here. Let me scroll. Camilla, good to see you. Hello. And let's see, make sure I see everybody. Joanne Jedi Platypus. Yes. Oh, yeah. Happy Father's Day for all of those that celebrate. Happy Father's Day. Brenda, good to see you. There's Deviant. Good to see you. It's great. How are you? Terry, welcome in. Great to see you guys. Cindy, hello. Welcome in. Iowa Backyard Cam, hello. Crazier Cat, Lisa. Hello, hello. Life is happening, but you're here. Terry, I get it. I hear you. Kelsey, good morning from rainy Ohio. Is it raining up in Ohio? All right. We got some rain. Yeah, we did have rain yesterday. Janice, yeah, I mowed and then no, that was Sunday. I mowed on Saturday and then it rained on Sunday. Kimber's doing some acrobatics there, dancing away. Debbie, good morning to you. I hope you're feeling better. Karen, happy lurking. Good to see you. JPC, hello, hello. The pretty chick, nice to see you. Positive vibes, hello and welcome in. William, welcome, welcome. Good to see you guys. Hope you guys all had a great weekend. Hope your Father's Days went well. Hopefully, it was a nice, positive weekend for everybody. Downey Lynn, how are you? Good to see you. All right, so sentencing is scheduled for 1:30, right? So we didn't want to just go on at like 1 o'clock. You know, we wanted to kind of get back into this and spend more time with you guys. The Alaska trial, just so you know, side note, Alaska trial usually starts around 12:30 our time. We're going to cover that, but it's going to be afterwards. I think they have 2 witnesses today, the state said, and then they're going to rest. So I don't think this sentencing will be more than 2 hours. I think they'll probably be done at like even 2:30 or 3. The big question is, will Sandricus Mays give an impact statement? She had a letter written and read into during the guilt phase, but she did not read it. But then Alicia Andrews' sentencing, she showed up and she was there. Well, she was at the trial as well, but she did actually get on the stand and she read her victim impact statement. So I would expect her. As far as anybody else showing up, we saw that Sean had the most. He had 10 people talk on his behalf. He had his cousin, his uncle, his friend, his grandmother, stepfather, another grandmother, sister, his mother. So they may show up. And we were talking to Florida PI Sam in Friday's chat. And she's like, it's really not going to make that much of a difference because the judge... The jury did not recommend DP, right? They went with life without parole, and we'll review that, closer to the sentencing. I'll play their verdict again, but the judge isn't going to be, oh, okay, well, I'm going to give you 50 years instead or 20 years instead. So they're pretty much all going to get life without parole, but it'll be interesting to see who shows up. And then Isaiah, he had his grandmother, father, someone who dated his father, his godmother, his mother showed up. So he actually, he had 7. He had 7 people show up for him. So those 2 had the most, and then Davion and Rashad. Rashad's mother to his children showed up, and then their uncle showed up. Davion's younger brother showed up. Rashad had his aunt, a couple aunts show up. So I don't know. And Charmaine was from she was incarcerated. I think she had violated parole or something like that, or probation maybe. I think it was probation. So I don't know. I don't know how many people on their side are going to show up. But I would think somebody. I think Sandricus would. I think Sandricus Mays will show up again. That would be my guess. So, hey, Kaylee, how are you? Good to see you. Jane, good morning to you. Welcome in, welcome in. All right, so with all that being said, Friday, if you were with us, we watched The Detectives, right? We were watching The Detectives. Friday, we listened to Travis Oliver, Richard Nieder, both Jacksonville gang task force folks with JSO, Jacksonville's Sheriff's Office, and then Juan Ramos, I should say. I think he pronounces it with Ramos. Detective Ramos, he, of course, is in Tampa, and he, of course, interviewed all of them. And so he was on the stand. So we focused on the detectives on Friday. So today I want to go focus more on the victims. So we're going to hear from Adjoa Randolph, Gino Norris, Camilla Bentley. I want to hear from those three. And then I think we'll have time to get to Aaliyah Albrighton. I think we'll have time for all four of those. So we've got about, 10:30, let's see, 10, 11, 12, 1:30. We have about 3 hours. We have about 3 hours to just kind of go through some of this testimony. Again, just to kind of get refamiliarize ourselves with the case. And yeah, that's kind of what I want to do right now. So, hey Heidi, how are you? Good to see you. So again, sentencing isn't until 1:30. So if you're wondering when it is, it's at 1:30 Eastern. So we got another 3 hours. So we wanted to just spend some more time with you guys before we let this trial go for good, because we spent so much time. We spent so much time on this trial with huge help with Florida PI Sam, and we wanted to just spend a little bit more time with this, especially because there's nothing going on this morning. So we figured, why not? Let's go ahead and do this. All right. So with that being said, we're going to start off with day 2. Let me get myself over here. All right. So day 2 is going to be, I think she pronounces it Adjoa Randolph. So she was in car 3. So if we can go back here, let's see. Do I have the car still? Yeah. So we have car 1, 2, and 3. All right. So now we're going to focus on the car. So car 1 was Charles Jones, right? So Charles, Xavier, and Gino were all in that car. And as we all know, Charles did not make it. He was in the passenger side. Gino was in the back seat sleeping. Xavier was the one driving. Then we have car 2, which is Camilla. So Camilla is in car 2. So that's Tifa McCrae and Camilla Bentley. She was driving that car. And then car 3, we're going to start off with Miss Randolph. So it was Amani Turner, who was the girlfriend of Charles. And then Amani Turner was in there. Adjoa Randolph, and then Robert Howard, or Kenny Capps, he's in there as well. So we're going to start off with Miss Randolph's testimony. So that's where we're going to start off today. And hopefully our Comcast will not... It's great. Gutman's already filed his appeal. Oh, wait, here, let me pull you up. Yeah, well, that doesn't surprise me. I mean, yeah, of course. Hey, Brett, how are you? Let's see here. All right, so we're going to start off with this testimony. Let me hold on. Let me post this for you guys. Let's see, Randolph. All right, so she's in car 3. So this is from. All right, hopefully our Comcast will not give us problems there. We see some workers in the area, so I don't know what. Hopefully our Comcast will stay put. All right, this is day 2, state witness. All right, so this is state witness number 6. She was in car 3. All right, so hey, Ruth Ann, how are you? All right, so this is from day 2, state witness number 6. Adjoa. Sorry if I'm mispronouncing her name. We'll see if we can hear her how she pronounces it. And she was in car 3.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this house will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, self you got?
Come this way.
Okay, you may proceed.
Thank you. Ms. Randolph, I'm going to ask you to kind of get a little bit close to the microphone because I know that you're a little soft-spoken. Please state your full name for the record.
Adjoa Randolph.
Okay, that's way. You gotta project your voice a little bit. Let me see where that microphone is. Yeah, you gotta lean the microphone and try and speak up, because if I'm having trouble hearing you, that means everybody else is gonna have trouble.
Aja Randolph.
Much better, thank you. Miss Randolph, what city do you live in?
Jacksonville.
How long have you lived in Jacksonville?
My whole life.
Can you say
My whole life.
your whole life? Okay. And do you know somebody by the name of Charles Jones?
Yes.
How long have you known Charles Jones?
Since 6th grade.
6th grade?
Mm-hmm.
And when you speak, I'm going to ask you to kind of to get really close to that mic because it projects your voice out. You said that you know Mr. Jones since the 6th grade. Is that correct?
Yes.
Did Mr. Jones, did he like to rap?
Yes.
Did he do that even in grade school?
Yes.
Okay. Does he have a nickname now that he was an adult?
Yes.
What was his nickname?
Foolio.
Okay. And did he have, was there another part to that? Was there a name before Foolio that sometimes he also went by?
I guess Julio Foolio.
Julio? Okay.
Foolio regularly.
And let's go to June 22nd of 2024. Did you come down to Tampa during that weekend?
Yes.
Okay, and was that a Saturday?
I don't know.
Do you know if it was the weekend?
Yes.
Okay. Who did you come down to Tampa from Jacksonville during that weekend?
Money.
You said Monty. Is that a nickname for somebody by the name of Armani Turner?
Yes.
Okay. How do you know Armani Turner?
We're friends.
Friends. And how long have you been friends with Miss Armani Turner?
7 years.
7 years. Back in June of 2024, was Armani Turner, was she dating Charles Jones?
Yes.
And you said you traveled down with her, is that correct, from Jacksonville to Tampa?
Yes.
And how did you get here?
A car.
A car. Who owned that car?
Money.
Okay, so it was Armani Turner's car, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to show you what's already in evidence. States Exhibit 2E. Can you see that on your screen? And I'm going to, let me take that out of Zoom. Do you see that vehicle, ma'am?
Yes.
And do you recognize that car?
Yes.
And whose car is that?
Money's.
Armani's? Okay. And I know that you keep calling her Monty. I'm going to formally call her Miss Turner, okay?
Okay.
But I know that that's how you know her. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you came down in that vehicle with her. Is that correct?
Yes.
Why did you come to Tampa that weekend with Armani Turner?
For Charles' birthday.
Okay. For Charles Jones' birthday?
Yes.
There was a celebration here in Tampa?
Yes.
And where was that celebration going to be?
At a club.
At a club? Okay. And where were you going to stay overnight?
A B&B.
An Airbnb?
Yes.
Okay. Are you familiar with Tampa?
No.
Did you know what the address of that Airbnb was?
No.
Was that somewhere located near Tampa?
I thought it was Tampa.
It was in Tampa, is that correct?
I'm not sure.
You're not sure. So you went to an Airbnb on Saturday, is that correct?
Yes.
Was there anyone else with you in the car and Armani Turner coming from Jacksonville to Tampa?
Yes.
Who else was with you?
Trying to think of the name.
Oh, you can't remember the name? Was there another, was there a gentleman that was with you?
Yes.
Okay. And does Xavier Edwards, does that sound familiar?
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor, leaving.
Sustained as to leading.
Were you familiar with all of the names of the people that were involved in at that Airbnb with you and Miss Armani Turner?
Kind of.
Okay. Had you previously given testimony in this case regarding who you were with and who you drove from Tampa with Armani Turner?
Yes.
With looking at your prior testimony, would that help refresh your recollection?
No, Xavier was with us.
So does that, okay, you do remember that the person was named Xavier?
Yes.
Okay. And so it was just the three of you coming from Jacksonville to Tampa, is that correct?
Yes.
And you said that you went to an Airbnb. Who was at the Airbnb when you arrived?
Other people, I guess people who came down there, people from there, Charles and whoever came with them.
Okay. And you said there were already people there. What time do you think that you arrived?
11:45, 11:50, something like that.
Okay.
A little before 12.
Okay. Are we talking in
PM.
the PM at night, right? So it's pretty late at night. And you said that Charles Jones was there, is that correct?
Yes.
And there were some other people from Jacksonville?
Yes.
Did you know all of the people that were there?
No.
Did you know some of the people that were there?
Yes.
Who were some of the other people that you knew who were there at the Airbnb?
Charles, Gino, Robert.
Okay. We're going to take it one at a time. You said Charles Jones, is that correct?
Yes. Gino and Robert.
Gino and Robert. Gino Norris and Robert Howard?
Yes.
You had met all of those people before, is that correct?
Correct.
And were there other individuals there that you said that you did not know who they were?
Yes.
While you were at the Airbnb, did anything unusual, any sort of fights or any problems break out at the Airbnb?
No.
At some point, did law enforcement respond to the Airbnb?
Yes.
Why did law enforcement respond there?
I'm not sure.
Not sure. At some point, did you and everybody who was at the Airbnb have to pack up and leave out of the Airbnb?
Yes.
And did you help do that?
Yes.
And what about Miss Turner? Did she also assist?
Yes.
And after you had packed up, what did you do at that point?
Went to the performance.
Okay, to the clubs, is that correct?
Yes.
Do you remember what the name of the clubs were?
I never knew them.
You never knew the names?
No.
Okay. Going back to the Airbnb before you left, were there people that were partying at the Airbnb?
Yes, they had already left before the police came.
Okay. So there were only a few people there when the police actually showed up, is that correct?
Yes.
During that night after you had arrived at the Airbnb, had you been drinking at all?
Yes.
And even though, how much did you have to drink, if you can tell us, if you remember?
Not that much.
So you still remember the night of that evening pretty well?
I won't forget it.
And so at that Airbnb, were there times where your friend Charles Jones, that he went on Instagram Live?
Not while I was there.
Not while you were there. Were there times during the night that you saw him go on Instagram Live?
No.
Do you remember being at a club with him?
Yes.
Okay. And do you remember kind of going up to the steps with one of the clubs?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember him at that point, any time during that point of him going on Instagram?
No.
You don't remember?
No.
Okay. Let's back up a little bit. When you are leaving the Airbnb and going to the clubs, who are you riding with? Armani. In the same car, that Hyundai that we just showed in States Exhibit 2E?
Yes.
Okay. Is there anyone with you and Armani Turner when you are leaving the Airbnb and going to the clubs?
No, it's just me and Armani in the car.
Okay. Was there, at some point, were you following anyone to get to the clubs?
We was behind Charles' car from the B&B to the first club, from the first club to the second club. We was literally where he went, we went.
Okay.
He didn't go nowhere without us.
And who was driving?
Armani.
And you said that she was following Charles Jones, is that correct?
Yes.
Did she know where she was going?
No. We just followed his car.
And you said from club to club, is that correct?
Yes.
Did you know or pay attention to where those clubs were located?
I don't know the city.
And at any of the clubs that you were with that night with Charles Jones and Armani Turner, were there any issues or any problems during those two places where you were at the clubs?
No.
What happened after the clubs?
We was looking for somewhere to go.
Because the Airbnb was no longer available, is that correct?
Correct.
And so what happened? Where did you go after the last club that you were at with Miss Armani Turner and Charles Jones?
We went to a hotel.
A hotel, okay. Do you remember the name of the hotel?
No.
And so how many cars go to the hotel that are involved with Charles Jones' party?
3.
3, is that correct?
Yes.
So again, did you and Armani Turner follow Charles Jones' vehicle to a hotel?
Yes.
And you said that there was another car, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. What happens when you get to that hotel?
We were sitting in the car, and he went in to go check on the reservations he had made while we was in the last club. And he comes out, and he called us and was like, see if we can find another hotel, because they said they gave the reservations away. And then we was looking for somewhere else to go, because somebody else called and said everything in Tampa was booked up, so they had to go back towards the B&B. And as we were doing that, we started getting shot at.
I'm going to stop you a little bit and back up a little bit. You said he went back into the hotel. Who are you referring to?
Well, Charles went to the hotel to check on the reservations he made. He came back out, got in the car, called us, and said we got to find somewhere else because they gave away the reservations. And then that's when we start hearing gunshots.
And you are still in the vehicle, the Hyundai, with Miss Armani Turner, is that correct?
Correct.
Is there anyone else in the vehicle at that time when you went from the last club to the hotel?
Robert.
Robert? Are you referring to Robert Howard?
Yes.
Okay. So he was also in the vehicle with you and Armani Turner, is that correct?
Correct.
And then Charles Jones was in his vehicle, is that correct?
Correct.
And I'm going to go ahead and put 2E back on the screen. Do you also see the vehicle belonging to Charles Jones in this picture?
Yes.
And can you tell us what vehicle, where that's located in the photo?
The black Charger.
And it's right here, is that correct, ma'am?
Yes.
Okay, the one that I'm pointing to that is to the left of the photograph.
Yes.
And is that the vehicle that Armani Turner was following all night?
Yes.
Okay. Prior to getting to the hotel, did you or Armani Turner or anyone with you, or you yourself see or be alerted to anyone following you?
No.
Were you paying attention or expecting any of that to happen?
No, I was out the window.
And you said at some point you were at the hotel, is that correct? And Charles Jones comes back out.
Yes.
And you're just seated in your vehicle, or I'm sorry, in Armani Turner's vehicle, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And where are you seated in the vehicle?
Either the passenger seat or in the back seat.
And you don't remember where you were seated?
No. I was in both because we were sitting for like a little minute, so I went back and forth. At the time that the gun started going off, I don't know if I was in the front or the back.
So during different rides that night, you had changed your position, is that correct?
I changed when we was sitting in front of the hotel.
Okay. And so what happened, you said you started hearing shooting, is that correct?
Correct.
What happened when you heard the shooting?
We was trying to figure out where it was coming from, and then as it got louder, we started to drive off, and then we ended up hitting the other car that was with us.
And who was driving at that point?
Monty was still driving.
Like, I just want to pause it here for a second. You know, it's like, I think about this often, right? It's what, 4 o'clock in the morning, 4:30 in the morning, or any time, doesn't matter, but specifically 4:30 in the morning. And you're sitting in your car, and all of a sudden this happens, you know, and what would you do? Would you just duck down? Would you try to start the car and take off? You have no idea where this, you know, what's going on, where it's coming from. You know, Xavier unfortunately drives right into it, and the other 2 cars, you know, drive away from it. But I'm just like, put yourself in that position. Like, what would you do? Would you duck down? Would you try to drive away. I mean, by the time you have the wherewithal of like, oh, I'm getting shot at, I'm going to start my car, and if it's an ignition where you have to turn the key, first of all, you have to find the keys unless the car's already started or the keys are already there. But you got to find the keys, or if it's a push start, I mean, that's easy, just push and off you go. But yeah, I think ever since this has happened, I think about, God, what, and you never know what you're going to do in this situation, but I just kind of think like, what would you do? Like how would, and I think they reacted so quickly, which is pretty amazing to me.
And you said that she ended up hitting the other car that was with your party. Is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
Did you know who was in the other car?
I think his cousin or Charles' cousin or something.
Charles Jones' cousin. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Did you know what his name was?
No, I don't know him.
What happened after those two cars, Armani, the car that you were in, and the other car hit each other?
We pulled off. I guess we went separate ways, and we was driving down the street, and we seen another car pull out, and we thought that was Charles' car, so we turned around, but that car kept going. So then we rode down the street and found the police officer and told them we just got shot at. And then they wasn't listening, so we got back in the car and rode off, and they started following us, and we just led them back to the hotel and drove around until we found Charles' car.
Okay. And was that the first time in States 2E where they're positioned? Is that the first time after you had left the parking lot that you saw Charles Jones' vehicle again?
Yes.
And was that, and I'm going to go to 2E. Oh, hold on one second. Oh, is that where I touched you? And are these the positions that the vehicles ended up in when you came back?
Yes, we stopped right here because we seen the car and the doors open.
And when you got out of the vehicle, you said law enforcement at that point had been following you. Is that correct?
Yes.
What happened when you got out of the vehicle when you were back at that scene in front of the hotel?
They pulled guns on us and tried to arrest us for running away from them.
And were you upset at that point?
Yes.
Okay, and what did you say at that point?
We just got shot at.
So you're trying to explain what happened?
Yes.
Okay. And eventually, did law enforcement then respond into the hotel?
Yes.
Okay. And were there also law enforcement officers from the University of South Florida there?
I don't know.
Okay. Were there some law enforcement officers that stayed with you and got information from you and Ms. Turner and Mr. Howard?
Yes.
Did you see from where you were seated, and when you got out of the vehicle, could you see into the black Dodge Charger?
When I got out of the car, I could see into his car.
And what did you see, ma'am?
A person.
Did you recognize the person that was in the vehicle?
I didn't know exactly that it was him, but I did see somebody.
Could you see any sort of movement at that point?
No.
And other than that person that you saw, did you see anyone else near the vehicle at that time?
No, it was only one person.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been already into evidence 2B6.
Do I gotta watch this?
We're not gonna show all of it. I'm gonna have her stop it. I'm just gonna ask you where your vehicle is and who's in each vehicle that you are aware of, okay? Yep, stop it right there. Okay, ma'am, you see where the black Charger is in this vehicle? I'm sorry, in this video, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Where is Armani Turner's vehicle, the vehicle that you are in this video?
Directly behind it.
Okay. And so that is the vehicle behind the black Charger under the portico, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Where is the other vehicle that is his cousin, where is that located?
On the side of the driver's side.
Okay. And you're saying driver's side and you're kind of pointing. Is it the vehicle with the lights on that's kind of faced in the other direction, not under the portico? Ma'am, if you want to turn behind you, do you see there's a big giant video up there? Can you point out where the friend's car is?
I believe it's the car under the port that's right next to us.
Okay. Can we, hold on one second.
Because his car wasn't facing the same direction that we were facing. It was facing the opposite way.
Right. We're going to play just a portion of it. Can you fast forward it to where they're moving? Just don't show it to her. Can we shut this way off or something? So I'm going to show you at this time stamp of 6:22. Do you see Armani Turner's car backing out?
Yes.
Okay. And is that the friend's car that crashed into her?
Yes.
Okay. Anna, do you want to shut that off? Okay. After you guys got back to the scene and
here's a thought. Missy, you were asking, and it's a good question. Why would they do this when they know the cameras are there? This is a war, right? By all accounts, everybody has said this is a war. So think about that. Think about that. This is a war, and again, this doesn't make it right. Doesn't make it wrong. It just is what it is. It's just a thought. All right, it's just a thought. You guys tell me what you think. So this is just a thought. If this is indeed a war, and the general is sitting there, and your side takes out the general, how does that make your side feel? Where does that put you in relationship to your, your credibility, your standing, your stature on your side? Right? So if you think about it like that, and again, I'm not saying that's right. I'm not saying it's wrong. I'm just saying that that's one thing to think about. If this is indeed a war, both sides are taking out each other's side. And if you have the opportunity to take out the general, excuse me, and you have that opportunity and you do it, do you really care if you get caught? Do you really care if you get caught? So that's all I'm saying. That's what I'm suggesting. So, hey Teresa, how are you? Yeah. So anyway, just kind of think of it like that. They thought they were ghosts. Yeah. Well, Rashad did. That's for sure. I don't think they cared about the cameras and didn't think they would be prosecuted. If you win the war, yeah. I mean, think about it. Think about it. They didn't. Yeah. That's all I can say. Missy, very true. I forget to put that particular thing cap on. Yeah. I mean, and again, this is the life. This is the life. They, some of them I think knew it more than others. I think Davion knew, Rashad knew, Sean. I don't know. I think Sean may have been. I don't get the sense that Sean really understood the full scope. And Isaiah, I'm not quite sure. Not quite sure about him. But Charles did. Charles. There's many interviews of him saying, "Yeah, I mean, he's living on borrowed time, essentially." So he knew. I'm not sure where Ace stands. I haven't really seen any new interviews with him. But again, this is the life they choose. You're either going to end up dead, end up in prison, or stay alive. One or the other. With like Ace, he's still alive. He's still living his life. Or you're going to end up dead like Charles, or you're going to end up in jail like these guys. All right, so let's just continue on a little bit. So think about it like that. That's why I'm like, I just don't think, some of them might think care more than others, meaning that they got caught. Judging by Sean's reaction, I think he was like, I don't think he was thinking about this. But Anyway, I could be completely wrong, but I'm just that's where my head's going. Hey Susan, how are you? Good to see you. Welcome in. Camilla, they thought their plan was well planned. Yeah, I'm sure that was part of it too. Yeah, I'm sure they're like, hey, we were masked up. We made sure the money went through someone else. Yeah, I'm sure there was that thought as well, that they thought they were going to get away with it for sure. All right. And saying, if you take out my general in war, and of course, when I was younger in the service, all of our soldiers would inflict pain beyond all understanding. Right? Yeah. I mean, again, look what's going on in the world at any given time. I mean, you take out one of my people, I'm going to take out one of your people. You take out one. I mean, and it just goes on and on and on and on and on. And to me, this is really no different. It's, it really is no different than what's going on in the world. So, it has been going on since the beginning of time.
Were able to provide statements to law enforcement. Did you see any other people that were from the original party at that scene?
Yes.
Okay. Did other people start to show up at that scene after law enforcement had arrived?
Yes.
Do you know who Aaliyah Albritton is?
No.
Okay. Had you ever met her before?
No.
Okay. And you said that there were people from Jacksonville who you were not aware of. Is that correct?
Yes.
And at some point, did Charles Jones, did his mother arrive at the scene as well?
I wasn't there when she got there.
Okay. That you had already left at that point?
Yes.
Did you, when you first got back there and you saw one person in the scene, had you seen what happened to Gino Norris?
No.
Had you seen what happened to Xavier Edwards at that point?
No. When I seen them, they was coming out on a stretcher.
Okay. And that you had already been back there when the ambulance had arrived, is that correct?
Yes.
And did you recognize both of them being taken out?
Yes.
I want to ask you a little bit more about Charles Jones. You said that he was a rapper, is that correct?
Yes.
And you were aware that he does drill raps?
Yes.
Did you listen to a lot of his music?
No.
Were you aware whether or not that he was involved with a gang called Six Block?
No.
Is that something that you talked about or wanted to know about?
No, they don't have nothing to do with me.
In Jacksonville, though, are you aware that there are groups or rival groups that are opposed to one another based on the neighborhood?
Something like that.
Okay. But again, something that you don't want to get involved in. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. Your Honor, may I have one moment?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time we'd pass the witness.
Okay, Mr. Gonzalez.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Hi.
Ms. Randolph, you know Kenny Caps, right?
Yes.
You know Tay-Tay, right?
No.
Are you familiar with a gentleman by the name of McCrae, Tafia McCrae?
No.
And you said you're not aware of a person by the name of Aaliyah Albritton?
Correct. Don't know her.
How about Zay or Omerta 55? Do you know 55?
Xavier, yes.
Okay. And for a portion of the time that you guys were in Tampa and you were going from place to place, some of those rides, Kenny Caps was with you, correct? One part of it?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall which part of your trip he was with you?
Yes.
From where to where?
leaving the second club on the way to the hotel.
Okay. And so there were 2 clubs you went to, right? One was the strip club?
Yes.
Do you remember the name of that club?
I never knew the name. I just said,
If I were to tell you Teasers, does that ring a bell, or you just don't remember, don't know?
no, I just don't know.
Okay. And the second club, do you remember what the name of that club was?
After spot. After spot.
It was like an after, a place that doesn't open till late at night to early in the morning.
Yes.
Okay. Would the name Truth 18, does that sound familiar to you or no?
No.
So from the strip club to Truth 18, do you know who was in the Charger? And it may take you a minute to kind of think about it because of there being 3 cars.
No. Charles, Gino, and Xavier.
I'm sorry, Charles, Gino, and
Xavier.
Okay. And do you know who drove that Charger on that particular stretch from the strip club to the second club?
No.
I don't have anything further. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Sonardi, any questions?
No questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Wise, any questions?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Petridis, any questions? Okay, redirect?
No redirect, Your Honor.
Okay, may this witness be excused?
Yes, she may.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. You are free to go. Okay, very good. All right, members of the jury, it's 12:17, so we'll go ahead and take our lunch recess. We will.
All right, next up is going to be Gino. All right, so Gino was in car 1. He was in with Charles. So I want to go check out his testimony. So this is still from day 2. Let me get this. All right, so this is state witness. All right, so this is Gino. Let me just repin this. And just so anybody, for those that are coming in recently, the sentencing is going to be today at 1:30. So we still have a couple hours to go. So we just wanted to kind of revisit what happened during the trial, sort of refamiliarize ourselves with it. We watched the detectives on Friday, and I thought today before trial started, we usually show like the verdict before sentencing, but I wanted to just do a little bit more than that. And let me just get us queued up here. I wanted to show a little bit more of that in the sense of the victims, people that were shot. So Gino was in car 1. Hey, Green-Eyed Cat, how are you? Welcome in. Brad says, I'm not sure what the defense was hoping to get by showing who was in which car earlier in the evening. I don't see how it matters to either side's case. Let me think about that for a second. Was that a big deal when it was happening? Do we know about that? Why? Yeah, I can't think of a reason why they were. Maybe to show allegiances, who was aligned with who was coming down with who. Would that matter if one person was riding with Charles the entire time? Yeah, I'm trying to think if that was a big deal when we were watching it, and I can't really think of a good answer for you there. Why that was why that mattered to them or not. So, all right. So now we're going to get to. All right. So this is Gino. He was in car 1. He was in the back seat. He was sleeping because remember it's like 4:15, 4:30. They had been out, drinking, doing their thing. And it's 4:15, 4:30, and he's in the back seat sleeping. So,
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this class will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, you may proceed, Mr. Harmon.
Thank you, Your Honor. May it please the court. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Can you please state your name?
Gino Norris.
Mr. Norris, do you live in the city of Jacksonville?
Yes, sir.
And did you come down here to testify in this case?
Yes, sir.
Do you have a full-time job right now?
Yes.
Did you know an individual named Charles Jones?
Yes, sir.
And in 2024, June of 2024, do you remember him passing away?
Yes.
How long had you known him, Mr. Norris, at that point?
Say about 10 years.
10 years. Do you remember when you first came to know him about how old you were?
Probably like 14.
14. Was he same age as you or older than you?
He older than me.
Did you go to the same school that he went to?
No, sir.
When you met him, when you were 14, was he rapping at that time?
Yes.
And Mr. Norris, did you go to high school in Jacksonville?
Yes, sir.
So I want to draw your attention, Mr. Norris, back to June of 2024, the time when Mr. Jones passed away. Do you recall traveling here to Tampa with him?
Yes.
And do you recall how you came down here, whose car it was?
His car.
His car. Was it just the two of you, or was there someone else with you?
It was me, him, and Robert.
Okay, Robert Howard?
Yes.
Do you remember who was driving on the way down?
They took turns.
Did you take turns driving?
No, sir.
So just Robert and Charles?
Yes, sir.
Now, at that time, when you would talk to Charles, how did you refer to him? What name did you refer to him by?
I was calling him Julio.
You called him Foolio?
Yes.
When you all came down from Jacksonville, do you remember the purpose for coming here to Tampa?
We celebrate his birthday.
Did Mr.
And the irony is not lost. The irony is not lost on me. So today is the 22nd. Charles's birthday was yesterday, and then his death day is the 23rd. So it's really interesting how those things seem to work out. Where sentencing, Corey Richins, sentencing happens to be on like the birthday or the day of the incident, of what happens. So it's just interesting how things like that happen and work out. So anyway, Charles's birthday was yesterday. He was in Tampa, 4 years ago now? I'm sorry, 2 years ago now. And yeah, it's just weird how it works out.
Mr. Jones invite you on that trip?
Yes.
When you all arrived, do you remember where you stayed?
Yeah, we had a B&B.
Airbnb?
Yes.
Do you remember where that was?
It was like St. Pete.
St. Pete?
Yeah, around that area, I think.
Okay. Would that have been a Friday night?
Yeah, I think, we got here like on a Friday.
Okay. And then the following day, did you all end up going to another Airbnb?
Yes.
And was that in a different location?
Yes.
Were you aware that Mr. Jones was posting things on his Instagram account about his birthday party or about people coming to the Airbnb?
I know he was posting, like, promoting it.
You knew that he was promoting?
Yes.
So I want to move to the Saturday night when you're at the second Airbnb. Is Robert Howard there?
Yes.
And Charles is there?
Yes.
Were there some young ladies that came down from Jacksonville that evening or that day?
Yes.
Did you know those women?
His girlfriend came on that day and her cousin, but all the other people I ain't really know them.
Okay. So Charles Jones' girlfriend, what name did you know her by?
Armani.
Armani? Did you ever hear anyone call her Armani?
Yes.
And was there some type of a celebration or a party that night at the second Airbnb, that Saturday night?
Yes.
And you said there was people showing up that you didn't know?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember approximately how long that party lasted?
No, sir. I can't remember exactly how long it was.
At some point, did the party end?
Yeah, because we were finna get ready to leave the club, and the B&B lady basically came like they were finna kick us out.
All right, you all were getting ready to leave?
Yes.
To go anyways, but then the lady who owns the Airbnb kicked you out?
Yeah, she sent a call, like, sent the police to send out like it was a fight or something.
So the police came?
Yes.
Did you have to pack up a lot of stuff to take with you when you left?
Yeah, we had to get everybody's stuff out of B&B. Because they had already left.
When you left the Airbnb that night, did you travel in Charles Jones' vehicle?
Yes.
And that's the same vehicle you came down here from Jacksonville in?
Yes.
And was that a Dodge Charger?
Yes.
So you leave the Airbnb. Where do you all go?
What a club called? I think it was called Teaser or something like that.
Okay. And that was a club you went to?
Yes.
Here in Tampa?
I think that's what it was called. Yes.
Teasers?
Yes.
Okay. When you were driving from the Airbnb to the Teasers, other than you and Charles Jones, who else was in the car during that trip?
This one, Zay was in the car with us.
Who was?
Zay.
Xavier Edwards?
Yes.
Is that someone you know?
Yes.
Do you remember who was driving?
Zay was driving.
Xavier was driving?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember where Charles Jones was sitting?
He was in the passenger.
Front passenger?
Yes.
When you all arrived at Teasers, were there already people there from the Airbnb or people from the party there?
No, like all of us like drove around at the same time, so we all met there.
Okay. When you all got there and met up, did you end up going inside of the club?
Yes.
And did Mr. Jones, did he make some kind of an appearance there at the club?
What you mean by appearance?
Well, did he perform or did he do some kind of a show? Or
No.
Okay. Did he meet with people there?
Yeah, some other people he knew was there.
Okay. But you were aware that he had advertised that he on his Instagram that he was going to be there?
Yes.
And that's what I meant by an appearance, that he was going to be appearing there. Do you remember approximately how long you were there?
Probably like an hour or two.
Okay. During the time you were there, well, let me ask, you and Charles Jones are inside the club?
Yes.
Was Robert Howard inside the club?
Yes.
Was Armani and her cousin inside the club?
Yes, all of us was inside the club.
You all were. Xavier?
Yes.
Did you know Taifa McCrae?
Yes, that's my cousin.
Oh, you don't know. You know him as your cousin.
Yes.
Okay. Did you know the young lady that was accompanying him that evening?
I know of her, but I don't really know her.
Okay. Did you know another, well, let me move on. So you said you were there for a while, almost an hour or more than an hour?
Yes.
During the time you were there, Mr. Norris, did any issues or problems with anyone?
No, sir. Any
fights, anything like that?
No, sir.
Anyone threatening any of you?
No, sir.
Okay. Then at some point you all leave?
Yes.
And when you leave, do you again travel in the Dodge Charger or in some other vehicle?
The same car, the Dodge Charger.
And who's driving this time?
Zay was still driving.
And was Charles Jones in the car?
Yeah, he was still in the passenger seat.
So when you leave Teasers, and did the other folks leave? Taifa and Armani and her cousin?
Yeah, we all went to the next club.
Went to the next club. Okay. Did you know why you were going to the next club? Just
that club, it was like boring, so we just went somewhere else.
Okay. Still celebrating his birthday?
Yes.
Do you happen to know how old he was turning?
26.
26? When you got to the second club, did you all, after arriving there at some point, go inside?
Yes.
Do you remember if that required you all to go up any stairs or steps?
Yes.
Do you remember if Mr. Jones was doing anything with his phone, if he was live streaming or doing anything like that?
Yeah, he was recording a video.
He was recording a video? Did you ever see that?
Yes.
You all go into that club. What do you all do in that club?
Just party.
Just hung out?
Yes.
How long do you remember how long you were at that club?
We'll probably end up at like about 2 hours.
Till about 12?
I said about 2 hours.
Oh, 2 hours. I'm sorry. At some point, do you leave?
Yes.
Do you know where you all went? Do you remember where you went?
Yeah, we went to the hotel.
Okay, so at that point, you all were just going to call it a night?
Yeah.
So when you left there, what car did you drive in, or what car were you in?
Same Dodge Charger.
Do you remember who was driving?
Zay was driving.
So Xavier Edwards?
Yes.
And was Charles Jones in the car?
Still in the passenger seat.
So would that be the front passenger seat?
Yes.
Where were you sitting in the car?
I was in the back seat.
Back seat, okay. And you said you all went to the hotel?
Yes.
When you arrived at the hotel, do you remember pulling up in front of the entrance to the hotel?
Yes.
At some point during this time period, were you getting groggy or sleepy?
Yes.
And did you fall asleep at some point?
I fell asleep in the bed.
So did you fall asleep on the way there or right after getting there, or when?
Right after getting there.
Okay. Do you remember if Charles Jones went into the hotel?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, went in. Then they saying like we couldn't get a room. Then we came back in the car and they were looking for hotels and I fall asleep.
Okay. Were they looking for hotels on their phones?
Yes.
And was Mr. Jones in the front passenger seat again?
Yes.
Between the time that you got to Teasers and up to this point, did you have any reason to believe anyone was following you?
No, sir.
Or anyone was surveilling or watching you?
No, sir.
Do you remember at some point waking up or being woke up?
After the shooting is when I woke up.
Okay. Do you remember, or did you ever figure out what woke you up? Was it movement or noise?
The car had hit something and that woke me up.
Okay. When you woke up, still in the back seat?
Yes.
What did you see when you woke up? What did you observe?
First thing I saw was Foolio laid up. And then I looked up, saw the holes in the window. I saw Jose covered in blood.
Did you at some point realize that you had been injured?
No, I didn't really realize that till we got in the hotel.
Okay. Did you realize when you woke up that you were no longer sitting in front of the hotel?
Yeah.
After you woke up and you see Mr. Jones and, well, let me ask you, is Mr. Jones, does he appear to you, what shape or condition does he appear to be in?
Like he gone.
He's gone? Okay. And when you saw Xavier with blood on him and you saw the window, the condition of the window, did you put all that together?
Yes, at first I thought we got in a car accident until I saw that.
You thought you got into a car accident?
Yeah, before I looked up and saw like the bullet holes in the blood, I thought it was that.
When you saw that, the bullet holes and the blood and the condition of your friend, what did you think at that point about your own safety, if anything?
I don't know, just trying to stay alive.
Just trying to stay alive?
Yeah.
Okay. So did you and Xavier Edwards leave the vehicle?
Yes.
Was Mr. Edwards saying anything to you?
Yeah, it was just telling me to get out and come to the hotel.
He was telling you to get out of the car?
Yeah.
At that point, having seen the bullet holes through the windshield, did you have any idea where the people that had done that, where they were?
No, that's why we had ended up getting out of the car.
And you said you went into a hotel?
Yes.
Did you have to walk to the hotel or run there?
We had ran.
Okay. And did you go into the main entrance of the hotel?
Yes.
When you got into the hotel, what did you do?
We were trying to get help.
Did you find any employees when you went into the lobby?
No, sir.
Were you saying anything to try to get help?
We were screaming out for help.
Just screaming for help?
Yeah.
Did anyone respond or help?
No, sir.
Once you were in the lobby, where did you go?
Like knocking doors, trying to ask for help. Then we ended up going to like the third floor because we didn't know if people were still there.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear what you said.
I said we ended up getting on the elevator to go to the third floor because I don't know if they would have followed us there or not, so we just went on the third floor.
Okay. Before you get on the elevators, do you walk by any doors or any rooms in the hotel?
Yes.
Do you try to knock or get into those rooms?
Yes. We tried to knock on the door to ask for help.
But nobody responded?
Nobody responded.
So you and Xavier go up an elevator?
Yes, sir.
At that point, what kind of condition is Xavier in?
He's bleeding real bad, but he ended up falling against the wall. Like he felt like he finna die. He kept begging me not to let him die.
He was begging you not to let him die?
Yeah.
You said that you realized when you got into the hotel that you had been shot. When did you come to that realization? Was it in the lobby or once you were on the elevator?
When we got to the third floor, when he fell against the wall, he told me to check his head and make sure he didn't get hit in his head because he was bleeding a lot from his head. And when I looked down, I saw a hole in my arm.
Okay. But let me back up. So Mr. Edwards is asking you to check his head, you said?
Yes.
Because he's bleeding from his head.
Yes.
And you ended up seeing that you had been shot.
Yes.
Where were you shot?
My right arm.
Your right arm? What part of your right arm?
Not the upper.
The upper part?
Yes.
Did you and Mr. Edwards end up on the floor at some point? Or did you sit down or lay down?
He, when he fell against the wall, he was like on the floor, but I ain't really get on the floor till the police came.
Okay. What caused you to get on the floor?
The police made us get on the floor.
They made you get on the floor?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I'm going to tender States Exhibit 91 and Exhibit 25A through D. That's 25 Alpha through Delta, and States Exhibit 91. Tendered for admission. 91 is in, counsel? Okay, thank you.
So to 25A through D, any objection? Mr. Gonzalez?
No objection.
Mr. Zanardi?
No objection.
Mr. Wise? Mr. Petridis? Okay, admitted.
Publishing States 91. Mr. Norris, I just want you to take a look at this. Does that photograph depict how the position you and Mr. Edwards were in when the police arrived?
Yes.
Okay, now, on Mr. Edwards, is that blood on his face? I know that's not very good. Let me try to do something here. See if that helps. Nope. Can you see blood on his face?
Yes.
Okay. And your shirt was an all-white shirt?
Yes.
But the red now on the shoulder, is that blood?
Yes.
Did the police contact Tampa Fire Rescue or some EMT or paramedic that came to assist you?
Yes.
And were you and Mr. Edwards both taken out of the hotel on gurneys?
Yes.
Were you taken to a local hospital here in Tampa?
Yes.
Do you remember law enforcement, police officers coming there to talk to you?
Yes.
It'll publish States 25A. Is that you, Mr. Norris?
Yes, sir.
Okay. $25B. Do you recall, did they give you pain medication?
Yes, sir.
25C is in Charlie. Let me orient it this way. Is that you laying in a hospital bed or in the emergency room?
Yes.
25 D is in Delta. And a close-up of the wound to your arm. Let me ask you, how long were you in the hospital, Mr. Norris?
I ain't leave till about 11 because I had to wait for my parents. Wait for my dad to come to pick me up.
Okay. Was that the next day? Or how many days were you there in the hospital?
I got out a couple hours after.
A couple hours?
Yes.
Okay. So you mentioned your father. Does he live in Jacksonville?
Yes.
So he traveled here from Jacksonville to come help you?
Yes.
And when he got you out of the hospital, did you all go back to Jacksonville that day?
Yes.
So I want to go back to the Airbnb and the party. So the beginning of the birthday party that night before you go to the clubs. While at the Airbnb, did you drink any alcohol?
I took one shot.
One shot?
Yes.
And then after getting to Teasers, did you have anything to drink at Teasers?
No, I wasn't a drinker then. That's like the only time I drunk.
I'm sorry?
So I wasn't a drinker then. That one shot, like the only shot I had took.
Okay. That's the only alcohol you had that night?
Yes.
being that you were asleep during the shooting itself, did you ever see the people who were doing the shooting?
No, sir.
You got anything else? Okay. I'll tender the witness, Your Honor. Thank you, sir.
Okay, Mr. Gonzalez?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mr. Norris.
Good afternoon.
Mr. Norris, I think you've told us that you knew Charles Jones, Julio Foolio, since for about 10 years, correct?
Yes.
And you knew him very well?
Yes.
You saw him all the time. You spoke to him pretty much daily, correct?
Yes.
And you also know Tata because he's your cousin, correct?
Yes.
Okay. That'd be Tapia McCray.
Yes.
Right? And you know Kenny Capps as well, correct?
Yes.
And you know...
Your Honor, I just asked if counsel can identify who that is he's speaking about.
Yeah, is Kenny Capps a nickname, or is that a full name, or?
No, Judge, that would be...
That's Robert.
I'm sorry?
Robert.
Robert Howard, correct?
He knows him as Kenny Capps?
Yes, Judge.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that.
And what about Xavier Edwards, 55? You know 55?
Yes.
Do you also know him in other circles as Omerta?
That's the right name. Yes.
Okay. You're aware that Mr. Jones and the other gentleman that I named, they are part of 6 Block, correct?
It's about it. Say it again.
6 Block. 6 Block is a gang. Are you aware of that?
Not as a gang. No.
Okay, so you're not aware of 6 Block.
I haven't taken the songs or not, but I don't know about it being a gang.
And I'm sorry, sir, I didn't understand your question, if you don't mind.
I say I heard in songs, but I don't know that it's like a gang. No, I don't know that it's a gang.
So you're telling me you only heard it in a song?
I'm saying I hear the song, but I'm saying I don't know that it's a gang. That's what I'm saying.
Okay. What is it you know it as?
I'm saying that they were singing the songs and stuff.
Okay, and I'm sorry, I'm just a little confused. You knew it because you heard it in songs, but you didn't know it as a gang?
Yes.
Is that? And I don't want to put words in your mouth. Is that what you're trying to tell me?
Yes.
Okay. And did you listen to Charles Jones, Julio Foolio's music?
Yes.
Okay. Did you listen to other drill rappers' music?
Yes.
There are lots of drill rappers.
Objection, Your Honor, outside the scope.
I'll overrule at this point, but go ahead.
There are a number of different drill rappers, correct?
Yes.
And they all pretty much sing about the same thing, correct?
Yes.
When you came to Tampa, Mr. Norris, did you expect that there was going to be some kind of trouble?
No, we came here for celebrate his birthday.
How about Mr. Jones, Julio Foolio, or Mr. Howard, Mr. McCray, Mr. Edwards? Strike that. Strike it. Were you aware before you went to Tampa that there was going to be trouble?
No.
You brought your gun with you, did you not?
Yes.
And you had it in the car, correct?
Oh, it was in my cousin's car.
Your cousin meaning Tata, Mr. McCray.
Yes.
And there were times when you were in Tampa that you were in that car at certain times, correct?
No, I didn't ride with my cousin.
I don't have anything further. Thank you, sir.
Okay, any questions, Mr. Sonardi?
Yes, Mr. Timmy may have some questions.
Okay, Ms. Timmy?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
All right, so I just have a few questions for you. Would you agree with me that you don't know or you don't have any idea who was responsible for killing Charles Jones?
No, man, I don't know.
Okay. And Charles Jones was actually your cousin, correct?
Yes.
Yes? You were very close with him?
Yes, ma'am.
And you would also agree with me there's a lot of different groups and a lot of different people that did not like Charles Jones, your cousin.
Objection outside the scope, Your Honor.
Overruled. I'll give you a little bit of latitude on this. A little bit.
Correct?
Yes, a lot of people didn't like him.
And the reason why a lot of people didn't like him was because of his music, right?
Objection, speculation.
If he knows, if you know the answer, you can answer.
I guess so.
And it's not necessarily his music, but it's the content of his music, right?
Objection, speculation, Your Honor.
Answer, Mr. Norris, if you know.
I guess,
You don't know?
no, I'm saying,
I'm sorry, I can't understand you.
can you repeat the question again?
A lot of people don't like or didn't like your cousin Charles Jones because of his music, the content of his music.
Yeah, you can say that.
Correct?
Yes, you can say that.
Because he says a lot of stuff in his music that people don't like, right?
Okay, listen, I'm not going to have him guess about people. So he's already indicated to you regarding people generally responding to Mr. Jones and his music, but I'm not going to have him keep guessing what.
That was going to be my last question, Judge.
Okay, very good.
So am I allowed to?
Yeah, you can ask it, then we need to move to the next topic.
There's a lot of people that didn't like Charles Jones because of the stuff that he would say in his music, right?
Yeah.
Now, you don't know who Davion Murphy is, do you?
No, ma'am.
And you don't know who Rashad Murphy is, do you?
No, ma'am.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, Mr. Wise, any questions?
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Mr. Morris, you don't know Sean Gathright, correct?
No.
In fact, before he was arrested in connection with this case, you'd never even heard that name, right?
No.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, and Mr. Petridis?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
You did know Isaiah Chance, correct?
Yeah, I talked to them on social media. But other than that, no.
Did you ever see him? You did see him out at a club, though, correct? Once?
Yeah, I saw him in the club before.
Was that at Club Elevation?
Yes.
Where did you see him out in the parking lot?
Yeah, when we leaving the club.
Were a lot of people out in the parking lot at that time?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Is that a common practice in Jacksonville?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you know someone nicknamed Mizzle, possibly Jaquez Taylor?
Yes.
Was he with you in Tampa during this incident?
Yes.
Was he in the clubs with you all in Tampa?
Yes.
Are you aware of Isaiah Chance's music? Is that something you listen to?
No.
Were you aware of it?
I don't saw it pop up on my timeline before, but I never really listened to it. I saw it pop up on my timeline before, but I never really listened to it.
Okay. And the Home 2 Suites, the hotel, that was not a pre-planned destination that night, correct? That was a last-minute decision, correct?
Oh, yeah. We ended up trying to find that when we got the last club.
So you didn't start looking for that hotel until you're at the last club?
Yeah.
And you didn't see anything before or after the shooting of anybody else, correct?
Say it again?
You didn't see anyone suspicious before or after the shooting?
Oh, no, sir.
That's all I have. Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Sure, may I ask one follow-up question?
Yes. Yes.
Mr. Norris, you don't know Rashad Murphy, do you?
No.
Thank you.
Okay, redirect.
Mr. Norris, you've known Charles Jones, you said, since you were 14?
Yeah, about 14 years.
So you were asked if you were his cousin. Are you his blood cousin, or is that just something you all refer to each other as cousins?
Yeah, I refer as cousin.
You were first cousin?
It's not referred to each other as cousins.
You refer to each other as cousins. Okay. Let me ask you about the handgun. Was it a handgun, a pistol that you brought with you here to Tampa when you all came down? First of all, do you legally possess that, legally own it?
Yes.
And did your cousin Tafa, did he bring that down or did you bring it down?
It was my gun was in his car.
It was in his car, right?
Yes.
All right, so this isn't a gun that you were carrying on your person in any of these clubs or anything like that?
No.
Okay. All right. Anything else? I have no other questions.
Okay, may this witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Norris. You're free to go. All right, state, who's your next witness?
Camilla Bentley. Camilla Bentley.
All right, and this is going to be another.
All right, so next up is Camilla Bentley. She was in car 2. Let me just post her here. William, I'm writing a response to you, but I should just probably go ahead and say it. Day 2, state witness. About, here, let me just do this real quick. Replace pin. Okay, so this is Camilla Bentley. Yeah, William, you were talking about, let's see, what did you say here? Wild how the music triggers these young people to violence against each other. And I was going to say, that's been a question that's been around for a long time. Does art imitate life? Does life imitate art? Are they writing about their experiences growing up in the streets, in their neighborhoods, or are they perpetuating it? And depending on which side of that equation you stand, you're going to probably point the finger at the other side. So you're always told, write what you know, right? You're always told, write what you know, sing about what you know. Don't sing about, don't sing about something that you don't know. Otherwise, you're going to be a poser. So sing about what you know. So that's where it's like, do they perpetuate it by writing these songs, or do they write these songs because this is what they see out their windows? This is what they experience walking around on the streets, you know? So it's tough. You know, it's one of those questions that, you know, again, depending on which side of the equation you're on, you can make an argument for both. I would land more on the side of this is what I see, this is what I live, this is my experience, because I think you'll get called out really quickly if you're a poser. You know, you'll get called out really quickly if you're like, you know, you don't have the street cred. So that's where I stand with it. Because if I'm like, hey, you know, if I'm just talking all kinds of stuff and people are like, you never lived that, you never did that, you're going to get called out really quickly. So to me, I think it's the reality. Now, then it's up to the labels, you know, to support them. YouTube, I mean, look at you know, millions and millions and millions of views. I haven't checked recently. Let me see. Where's Who I Smoke at? I think they were at. Let's see, how many views does? I should probably put it down. You know, is it the fault of the people watching and buying this? You know, all right. So Who I Smoke's at over 59 million views, and it was 58. Well, last time I checked, it was at 58. Now it's at 59. Oops. So hold on a sec. I don't know what it was when I checked it, like a month ago. Now it's at 59,663,995. I don't know what it was like when I copied that number of 58 million. And then When I See You was at 74. And again, I don't know what specifically. Let's see. Now it's at 76 million. All right, so this has definitely gone up. This has definitely gone up a million views. That's Julio's version of the diss. So again, I mean, who's at fault? Is it the eyeballs? Is it the people watching? You know, is it YouTube's fault for allowing, you know, these artists to just wave firearms around and good vibes. I'm gonna admit, I love that song. I like both of them, to be quite honest. Then when I first heard them, I'm like, oh, okay. And then when I'm like, oh, then when you realize what they're singing about, it's like, oh, you know. But from a music standpoint, they're both pretty catchy. They're songs that, you know, you want to listen to again. So a month ago, when we were dealing with this trial, or even 2 months ago, a month and a half, because this was it was April. So now 2 months ago, Who I Smoke was at 58 million. I didn't catch the exact numbers, but now it's at 59,663,945. When I See You was 74 million. Now it's at 76,054,827. So people are definitely watching, and it may quiet down after they're convicted and, you know, another year goes by, but, you know, there's still, you know, who's at fault? Is it the artist for creating it? Is it the platforms for presenting it? Is it the record labels for promoting it? I don't know. Is it the people that are watching it? You know, who's at fault? You know, I don't know. Everybody's at fault. Nobody's right when everybody's wrong. You know, one of those things. All right. So now this is Camilla Bentley. She was in Car 2. Let's check out her testimony.
Another witness who has requested that her identity not be broadcast.
Thank you, Judge. Please state your full name for the record.
Camille Bentley
Miss Bentley, where did you grow up?
in St. Augustine.
Did you also hang out in Jacksonville at times?
Yes.
Did you have family and friends that lived in Jacksonville?
Yes.
Now, I want to talk to you about June of 2024. Back then, did you have a friend by the name of Aaliyah Albritton?
Yes.
How long had you known Aaliyah Albritton?
For a while.
Did you plan to do a girls' trip with her for the weekend of June 21st of 2024?
Yes.
Who else was going to be involved in this girls' weekend?
It was just me, Aaliyah, and it was supposed to be another one of our friends.
And where were you supposed to go for this weekend trip?
Here in Tampa.
And did you come to Tampa on that Friday, June 21st of 2024?
Yes.
Where were you going to stay?
At my friend's house.
Did you go there on that day?
I did.
At some point, did you meet up with Aaliyah Albritton?
I did.
Tell us how that happened.
Well, we came together.
And where did she live in Jacksonville at the time?
Yes.
And where were you living at that time?
St. Augustine.
St. Augustine. And how was it that you came together?
We just been friends for a while. We knew each other from social media and through other people.
I meant together to Tampa. Did she
Together to
come?
Tampa.
Yes. Did she come pick you up?
Yes.
Okay. And whose vehicle did she come pick you up?
In Tata's car.
And you said Tata, and I know that you know him as a nickname. Is that Tafa McCray?
Yes.
And I'm going to show you. Remember, this time we put into evidence State's Exhibit 27.
Okay. You're moving it in?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Any objection?
No objection.
Mr. Sonardi?
No objection.
Mr. Wise?
No objection.
Mr. Petraeus?
No objection.
Okay, admitted.
Miss Bentley, I'm showing you State's Exhibit 27. Do you recognize him?
Yes.
And who's that?
Taifa.
Taifa. And he's the person you know known as Tata, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And how do you know Taifa McCray?
Through Aaliyah.
Through Aaliyah? Okay. He was friends with her? And and other than knowing him through Aaliyah Albritton, had you met him before?
No.
And was he driving a car?
Yes.
What type of car was it?
A Nissan Altima.
What color?
Black.
So they came and picked you up in St. Augustine,
Yes.
and you guys came down to Tampa.
Yes.
Was there an Airbnb that they were staying at?
Yes.
Was there a celebration or a party that was going on at the Airbnb?
Yes.
Do you remember where the Airbnb was located?
Not really, because there were multiple.
There were multiple Airbnbs, is that correct?
Yes.
There was a different one Friday night as opposed to Saturday night?
Yes.
So going to Friday night, did you go to the Airbnb Friday night?
I was there.
How many people were at the Airbnb?
Just me and Aaliyah and the girls and the guys that were there.
Were one of those guys Charles Jones?
Yes.
Had you known of Charles Jones before that trip?
Known him? No.
Did you know of him?
Yes.
And how did you know of him?
He's a rapper in Jacksonville.
And you, from being in Jacksonville with family and friends, you were aware of Charles Jones as the rapper Julio Foolio, is that correct?
Yes.
Had you listened to his music before?
No.
Had you, you said that you didn't know him, you just knew of him, is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
And so when you went to this Airbnb Friday, you were introduced to him, is that correct?
Yes.
And you said there were some other girls there? And were there some other men there as well that you did not know?
It was just me and Aaliyah and one of our friends and just the guys that were there.
Okay. Was there a party when you moved to the second Airbnb? Did you go to that Airbnb as well?
I was there.
Did you have bags with you?
Yes.
And at some point, did you go into a room so that you could get ready for the night?
Yes.
Was there a party that was going on at the Airbnb that you had moved to with Charles Jones on Saturday, June 22nd of 2024?
Yes.
And in that party, can you tell us approximately how many people were at that party?
I don't know. I wasn't a part of it.
You kind of kept to yourself that night?
Yes.
But there were quite a few more people there than who was at the original Airbnb on Friday night. Is that correct?
Yes.
At either one of the Airbnbs, were there any issues, any sort of fights, or any trouble at the Airbnb from the people that you were there with or that Charles Jones was there with?
No.
Did something happen at the Airbnb on Saturday night with law enforcement?
I just remember we all left, I guess because there was a lot of people there, and it's an Airbnb.
Eventually, you had to leave the Airbnb, is that correct?
Yes.
Did you have to get your bags and take it with you before leaving that Airbnb?
I actually didn't get a chance to get my bags.
Do you think somebody else was responsible and was able to get your stuff for you?
Yes.
And did that end up in one of those 3 vehicles that was with Mr. Jones?
Yes.
When you were at that Airbnb, was Aaliyah Albritton there as well?
Yes.
And what about Tafa McCrae?
Yes.
Did you know the names of any of the other guys that were with Charles Jones?
No.
Had you met them before?
No.
Had you ever hung out with them previously?
No.
So you were just there because of your friendship with Aaliyah Albritton, is that correct?
Yes.
Some point during that day on Saturday, did you go to the store and run an errand for Mr. Jones?
Yes.
What did you do?
We went to Walmart to go buy a speaker for the party.
Did he ask you to do that?
Yes.
Did he provide you with funds to do that?
Yes.
And did you do that?
Yes.
And other than that interaction with Mr. Jones, did you have any other interaction with him?
Not really. No.
Do you know approximately what time it was, or were you keeping track of time that night, Saturday, June 22nd of 2024?
No.
At some point you said that you had to leave the Airbnb, is that correct?
Yes.
Who did you leave the Airbnb with?
The people I came with, Aaliyah and Type.
Aaliyah Albritton and Tyfa McCrae, is that correct?
Yes.
And whose vehicle?
Typhus.
Where did you all go?
We went to. I think we went to the first club.
The first club?
Yeah.
Okay. And that was a first story club, correct? That wasn't on two. There wasn't a building with 2 stories. Is that
I think
correct?
so. It's hard to remember. Sorry.
And how long were you at that club?
I don't know. I couldn't keep track of time.
Were there
Wasn't for
others?
long.
That's okay. Were there other members that came from the Airbnb with Charles Jones to that club with him, as well as you and your friends?
I guess so. I'm just there. I was just there.
I understand. And at some point, do you go to another club?
Yes.
And when you go to another club, are you in the same vehicle with the same people?
Yes.
Who is driving?
Typha.
Typha McCrae?
Yes.
I'm going to introduce into evidence Judge State's Exhibit 29A through R.
Any objection, Mr. Gonzalez?
Briefly, Judge. No objection.
Mr. Sonardi?
No objection.
Mr. Wise?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Petridis?
No, Your Honor.
Admitted.
Ms. Albert, I'm sorry, Ms. Bentley, I'm going to ask you to look at the screen, and I'm going to show you 29A. Are you familiar with that black Nissan?
Yes.
And is that the vehicle that you described that you got picked up in that belongs to Typha McCrae?
Yes.
And you said that he was driving, is that correct?
Yes.
Where were you seated?
At first I was behind the passenger seat of the car.
Okay. And where was Aaliyah Albritton?
In the passenger seat of the car.
Passenger seat of the car, front or back?
Front.
Front. And were you in the back?
Yes.
And so you went to the second club, is that correct?
Yes.
And you said you don't know how long you were there.
No.
Was Charles Jones at that club?
Yes.
And at some point, you left that club, is that correct?
Yes.
Did you leave with the same people?
Yes.
And in the same vehicle?
Yes.
Where did you go after you left the second club?
I think that's when we went to the hotel, maybe.
Okay, that's what I am asking you about. Who went to the hotel?
It was me, Aaliyah, Taifa, and everybody who was with Mr. Jones.
And you were in the same car with Taifa McCrae and the black Nissan?
Yes.
Was Mr. McCrae, was he driving that vehicle?
Yes.
And were you in the same position that you were previously when you went from one club to the second club?
Yes.
So you were in the back seat, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And Mr. Jones, he was in another vehicle?
Yes.
And there were others with him in that vehicle, is that correct?
Yes.
Did you know, or were you familiar, or did you know his girlfriend at that time?
No.
Did you know that there was another car that went to the hotel along with your car, Mr. McCrae's car, and Charles Jones?
I just remember it being like the car that we were in and two other cars, which was Charles Jones and whoever it was.
That's what I'm asking. There was
Yes.
one other vehicle besides the car you were in and Charles Jones.
Yes.
So 3 cars total, is that correct? Okay. And what happened when you got to the hotel?
I guess they were there trying to get a room because it was late at night and everybody was really tired and it was too late to get on the road. I really don't know what happened from there. All I know is I sat in the car and I almost lost my leg.
I'm going to go back just a little bit. At some point, does Aaliyah Albritton, your friend, and Taifa McCrae leave the vehicle?
Yes.
Why do they leave the vehicle?
Aaliyah needed to use the restroom.
And at that point, are all the cars in front of the hotel?
Yes.
Just sitting there waiting for a room, is that correct?
Yes.
So Aaliyah Albritton, your friend, and Taifa McCrae get out and go to use the restroom, is that correct?
Yes.
What do you do at that point?
I took initiative and got in the front seat of the car.
So now you're sitting in the front seat.
Yes.
And what happens when you're in the front seat of the vehicle?
I just remember looking down at my phone. I looked out the window. I was on my phone for a second, and when I looked back up, that's when I just started seeing bullets flying past my face, and that's when everybody started shooting and all that.
So you were hearing shots, is that correct? Did you hear it?
Yeah, I heard it. I didn't see anything though.
Okay, that's what I'm going to ask you. When you heard it, what did you do?
I immediately, I looked for the keys in the car, and I didn't see anything.
And when you say you didn't see anything, did you see any of the shooters?
No.
Did you know where the gunfire was coming from?
No.
And what did you yourself do at that moment?
I couldn't find the keys, and I prayed until I could find the keys, and the car cut on. I still didn't see any keys to that very day.
But the car was able to start?
The car was able to start, and I tried to make it out as soon as I could to save myself.
And so you left, is that correct?
I did.
What happened as you were leaving the parking lot?
It was just a lot of commotion going on. It was a lot of chaos. It was very chaotic. I just remember leaving the hotel. I remember stopping at a light, and that's when I realized, like, that's when I got shot. And you see a lot of gruesome things, and that's when I tried to just calm down and realize my adrenaline was up there, and I had to realize, like, just calm down. Like, I called Aaliyah, told her, hey, I just got shot, and I need you to take me to the hospital.
Okay. And were you able to get a hold of her on the phone?
I did.
What did you do after you got a hold of Aaliyah Albritton on the phone?
After I got a hold of her, I basically turned around. I went back to the hotel just to make sure that they were okay. and I just looked out just to make sure nobody else was there. So it was clear for me to go and make sure that we were okay for them to get me to the hospital.
And when you say they, who are you referring to?
Taifa and Aaliyah, just making sure that they were okay.
When you got back to the hotel, did they get back into his vehicle?
Yes.
And what happened?
We went to the hospital.
When you got to the hospital, what were you treated for?
Gunshot wound.
Where was the gunshot wound?
I got grazed and a gunshot wound in my right arm.
Were they able to remove all of the bullet?
I don't have any bullets removed out of my arm.
They're still there, is that correct?
Yes.
Were your parents also in Tampa that weekend?
Yes.
At some point, did you get a hold of your parents to come pick you up?
I did.
Prior to, and did they eventually come to the hospital?
They did.
How long would you say you were at that hospital?
I was there for a couple of hours. They wouldn't let me see my parents for a long time. So we were there for a while.
At some point, did an officer from the Tampa Police Department come and meet with you?
I remember a police officer did come in, gave recognition, but I don't remember what he asked me. I was worried about myself more than worrying about talking to others. And
Were you upset at that point?
Yes.
Did you want to talk to law enforcement?
I didn't want to talk to anyone at all but my family.
You wanted to see your parents, is that correct? I'm going to introduce into evidence State's Exhibit 28.
Okay, any objection? Mr. Gonzalez?
No objection.
Mr. Sonardi?
No objection.
Mr. Wise?
No objection.
Mr. Petridis?
No objection.
Okay, admitted.
Ms. Bentley, State's Exhibit 28. Is that a picture of you in the hospital?
Yes.
And can you tell us which arm was shot?
My right arm.
Okay. And you said your parents did come and retrieve you from the hospital, is that correct?
Yes.
Who was at the hospital with you when you were at that hospital?
Well, at first it was just me and Taifa in there first.
You said Taifa
And then
McCrae,
my
is that
parents
correct?
came.
Okay.
Yes.
Do you know what happened to Leah Albritton in the vehicle?
No.
Were you wondering where Leah Albritton was at that point?
I was wondering where she were, just to make sure she was okay, but I don't know.
Show you State's Exhibit 29A again. The black Nissan Altima that belonged to Taifa McCrae. Do you see this damage here to the front of the vehicle on the right-hand side of the picture?
Yes.
Which would be the left-hand side of the driver's side of the vehicle.
Yes.
Was that damage there prior to the shooting that occurred at the hotel?
No.
Also going to show you State's Exhibit 29B. The driver's side, do you see the damage and the paint transfer here?
Yes.
And again, was that damage there before the shooting that occurred at the hotel? How did that occur?
I'm assuming from all the chaos.
All the chaos. Then I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 29C, the back of the black Nissan Altima. Do you see these two bullet holes on the back rear shield window?
Yes.
Were those there prior to the shooting?
No.
And Ms. Bentley, you are not a part of any gang called Six Block, is that correct?
No.
Not a part of any ATK?
No.
Or 1200?
No.
You are familiar with the rivalry between 6 Block and ATK, is that correct?
I don't know anything about none of that.
Do you know about it just from the music that you listen to in Jacksonville?
Yes.
But you yourself have never been involved in any of that, is that correct?
Yes.
And other than knowing Aaliyah Albritton is the only reason you were at that hotel in front of the Home to Suites when that shooting occurred, is that correct?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
The only reason that you were with that group and at that hotel is because of Aaliyah Albritton, is that correct?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I have one moment?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time we'd pass the I actually do. I have one more thing.
Okay.
We're going to publish 26B.
We don't have it. The clerk doesn't have a 26B that's been admitted.
22B6. I apologize. I'm going to stop the video right there. You see on the screen, can you tell us the vehicle where the gentleman in the blue shirt and the lady in the pink outfit, do you know who those individuals are?
Yes.
And is this the black Nissan that you have been testifying to that you were in and that you were in the back seat?
Yes.
Okay. And is this what is occurring when you said they went to the restroom?
Yes.
And did you see a hand come out and shut that front driver's side door?
Mm.
I'm going to back it up just a little bit. Did you see that?
Yes.
Okay. And who's that?
Me.
Okay. And you are now, where are you now at this time?
I'm in the in the driver's seat of the car.
Okay.
She answered.
I'm just waiting to for it to go forward before I asked another question. Is that you then driving?
Yes.
Okay. And do you see the other car that goes into the driver's side door?
Yes.
Is that when the damage to that side of the driver's side panel of the door happened?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time we pass the witness.
Okay. Mr. Gonzalez?
No questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Sonardi?
No questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Wise?
Thank you. Good afternoon, Ms. Ms. Bentley, you did not know anyone named Sean Gathright, correct?
I know who that is.
Right, and you never even had heard that name until you heard he was arrested in connection with this, correct?
Yes.
And you knew, as we've heard this afternoon, you knew a lot of the people who were down here in Tampa, right?
No.
Okay. Well, we heard about the people you did know. You definitely knew a handful of people at least who were there that night, right?
No.
Okay. Well, specifically,
Besides who I came with.
Okay. That night, you didn't hear anyone who was in Tampa who went by the name Fat Boy, right?
No.
Okay. And you don't know anyone who goes by the name Fat Boy,
No.
right? Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Petridis?
Briefly, Your Honor. Just briefly, ma'am, just so I'm clear, when you were in the back seat when they pulled up to the hotel and they got out to go to the bathroom, did they ask you to go to the bathroom too?
I don't remember.
Okay. And did Miss Albritton ask you to get into the front seat, or is that just something you did?
That's something that I did.
She did not ask you.
No.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, redirect?
No redirect, Judge.
May this witness be excused?
Yes, you may.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. You're free to go. And also remember, state return the evidence to the clerk. All right,
All right, so it's 12 o'clock here, noon here on the East Coast, and sentencing will be at 1:30. So we have just about another hour and a half to go before the live sentencing. So I'm going to watch just a little bit more testimony, then I want to get to their verdicts, and then I got a couple of news clips I want to show. So we'll watch just a little bit more, maybe about another half hour to 45 minutes of trial, and then we'll get to their actual verdicts, both in the guilt phase and the penalty phase, and then we'll get to a couple short news clips, and that will get us right into 1:30. So we have about another hour. Hey, Summer Reed, how are you? Thank you for joining us. Appreciate that, and thank you for the finger. Was it a finger heart? I think that's what it was. That was cool. I've never seen that one before. DB, how are you? Good to see you. Kaylee, good to see you guys. So again, live sentencing will be at 1:30. Right now it's noon, just a little bit after noon. 12:02 to be exact. And we will be covering it live. And right now we're just wanted to get back into the swing of things. If you guys missed us on Friday, we showed the detectives. Today we're showing some of the victims. So we heard from Miss Randolph, Mr. Norris, Miss Bentley just there, and now let's hear from Aaliyah Albrighton. So I want to hear her testimony because she left the car. She was in car 2, and she got out. She got out of car 2. So I want to go check her testimony out. See, I believe this is her. I think this is her testimony.
okay, very good. Call your next witness.
The state would call Pablo Gabor, Your Honor.
Okay.
Okay, this is Pablo. So we had Pablo, and then, okay, so Aaliyah is right after this. After Pablo. Pablo was there visiting, I think he was from Ocala. And he was visiting, I think a zoo, if I'm not mistaken. I think he was the zoo.
What's happening in the hotel where I was staying or the...
Okay, yeah, this is Pablo. We can always go back to Pablo and also Audra. All right, let's see, where is... Now, let me try and...
The hotel.
To find somewhere to stay.
All right. Let me we'll feed the kittens after this.
Thank you.
And is that it for the interpreter?
Yes.
Is this another?
I'm going to take a moment and feed the kitties while we play Aaliyah's testimony here.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, self and God? Yes.
Okay, you may proceed.
Please state your full name for the record.
Aaliyah Albrighton.
Miss Albrighton, how old are you?
22.
What city do you live in?
Jacksonville.
How long have you lived in Jacksonville?
My whole life.
Do you know somebody by the name of Tafa McCray?
Yes.
How do you know Tafa McCray?
He's my friend.
Do you also know a person by the name of Camilla Bentley?
Yes.
How long have you known Miss Bentley?
A few years.
I'm going to ask you about June 23rd of 2024 and the weekend leading up to that day, that Saturday. Did you have plans to come to Tampa on that weekend?
Yes.
Who did you come to Tampa with?
Taifa.
Taifa McCray?
And Camilla.
All right. Who was the driver?
Taifa.
Did you come in his car?
Yes.
And what day did you come to Tampa?
I think on a Friday.
The Friday of that weekend?
Yeah.
Where did you all go?
To Airbnb.
Who was at the Airbnb?
Taifa and his cousins.
And when you say his cousins, are you referring to Charles Jones?
Yes.
Did you know Charles Jones?
Yes.
Did you know who he was?
Yes.
Did you know that he was a rapper in Jacksonville?
Yeah.
He goes by Julio Foolio?
Yeah.
Were you close friends with Charles Jones?
No.
Were you at that Airbnb that weekend because you are good friends with Taifa McCray and Taifa McCray?
Yeah.
And were you the one that then invited Camilla Bentley to come along?
Yes.
Now I want to go to the Saturday, June 23rd of 2024. Did you all go to a different Airbnb?
Yes.
Was there going to be a party to celebrate Charles Jones's birthday?
Yes.
Were there a lot more people at the party than who had been at the first Airbnb?
Yeah.
Did you know Charles Jones' girlfriend at the time?
No.
Did you know, even though you didn't know her, was there a girl that was there that night that was his girlfriend?
Yes.
When you all went to a club, who did you go to the club with?
Everybody. Everybody that was there.
How many vehicles ended up going to the second club?
2 or 3.
2 or 3. Whose vehicle were you in?
Taifa's.
Is that the same vehicle that you were in all night?
Yeah.
And were the same people with you all night?
Mm-hmm.
Had you been drinking that night during the birthday celebration?
Yeah.
Had you been drinking at the clubs that you were at?
Yep.
How would you say that you were after the second club?
I was drunk.
Do you still remember that night, ma'am?
Yes.
After the second club, where did the group go, all of the people that you were hanging out with?
After the second club?
Yes.
On the second day?
Yes, the Saturday.
To a hotel.
Why were you guys going to the hotel?
To find somewhere to stay.
Were you familiar with Tampa and the location of the hotel?
No.
And when you got to the hotel, what happened once you got there?
I went to use the bathroom.
Did anyone go with you?
Taifa.
And was Camilla Bentley, she left alone in the car?
Yeah.
Right. What happened when you were using the restroom?
I heard stuff outside.
What specifically did you
hear? Like boom sounds.
And when you heard those boom sounds, what did you do?
I went by the front desk in the hotel.
Did you go outside at that point?
No.
Did you see Taifa McCray?
Mm-hmm.
Did he meet up with you at that lobby area?
Yes.
Okay. How many times did you hear those boom sounds?
Like 2 different times.
2 separate.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear Louise.
Could you say it a little bit? Can you move up to the microphone?
Like it started and it stopped and it started again.
So there was kind of like a brief pause in between the shooting, is that correct?
Yes.
At some point, does Mr. McCray, does he go out to look to see where any of the vehicles are?
Yeah.
Can you see, were there glass doors that led out to the parking lot, that separated the parking lot and the lobby?
Yes.
From that position inside the hotel, could you see whether or not your friend, Camilla Bentley, and Taifa McCray's car was still out there?
Yeah, it wasn't.
It was gone? And what about all the other cars?
All the cars were gone.
At some point, did you receive a phone call?
I called Camille.
You called Camille
Yeah.
Bentley. And did you, after that conversation, did Camille Bentley come back to the hotel?
Yeah.
What happened after she came back in Typha McCrae's car?
We took her to the hospital.
When you got to the hospital, did you stay there with her or did you do something else?
No, I left.
Why did you leave?
Because I didn't want to come in contact with any police officers.
And why did you not want to come into contact with police officers?
Because I was on probation. I wasn't supposed to be there.
So did you leave in Typha McCrae's car?
Yeah.
Did Mr. McCrae, did he stay there with Aaliyah, your friend, while she was getting treatment?
Camille, but yeah, he did.
I'm sorry, Camille Bentley, is that correct? And where did you take the car?
To some apartments. I don't really know what they're called. I don't even know where they're at.
Did you call Mr. McCrae to let him know where the car was?
Yes, I spoke to him. Well, I didn't call him and tell him. He called me and told me that the police were looking for the car. So I told him where the car was.
You communicated that to him?
Yes.
And were you still at the location with the car at the apartments when the police got there to look at the car?
Yes, I came back there with Typha.
At some point, did one of Mr. McCrae's, Typha McCrae's friends come to pick you up?
Yes, when I dropped the car off.
Did you at some point go back to the hotel where the shooting occurred?
Yes.
Do you know when you went back there, approximately what time it was?
It was daytime.
It was daylight
early.
at that
Yeah.
point? Okay. And were there others from the party that were still at that location?
Yes.
And you could see them?
Yeah.
When you heard the booms and the shots occur at the hotel, did you see anybody with any firearms?
No.
At some point, did a homicide detective Ramos with the Tampa Police Department call you and communicate with you after you had left back to Jacksonville?
Yes.
While you were in Tampa, did you talk to any law enforcement officers?
No.
And again, that was because you were concerned of probation?
Yeah, I didn't get permission to go out there, so I didn't.
Now, I know that you said that you knew Charles Jones, but you were not friends with him. Is that correct?
Yes.
But you were familiar with all of the drill rap that he had done. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you were also familiar with kind of the rival group, Yungeen Ace. Is that correct?
Yeah.
In fact, you knew Kenyatta Bullard. Is that correct?
Keontae, yes.
Keontae Bullard. Thank you for correcting me. And he is known as Yungeen Ace.
Yeah.
Did you date his younger brother?
Yes.
And what was his name?
Trayvon.
And when did that occur?
2018.
So quite a while before. Is that all of this?
Yeah.
And so you know people on both sides. Is that correct?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I have one moment?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time we pass the witness.
Okay, Mr. Gonzalez.
Good afternoon, Ms. Albrin.
Good afternoon.
So if I understand this, it dawned on you at the time that all of this occurred that because there was going to be an investigation, you didn't want to have to give your name to the police, correct?
I didn't mind giving my name to the police.
Okay, well...
But at that moment in time, no, I didn't want to run into no police officers, no.
Correct. Because you were fearful that somehow that would get back to probation in Duval
Correct.
County,
Yes.
and that could create a problem for you, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Did that in fact occur?
Did I get in trouble?
Yeah, did they find out? Probation find out?
They found out eventually. No, I didn't get in trouble.
Okay, they didn't violate your probation for leaving the county without permission?
No, they didn't.
Okay. And when you left, you put the car in an apartment complex close to the hospital, correct?
Yeah, I just went to the nearest apartments I seen, houses I seen.
And Mr. McCray, Tata, right? That's his name, Tata? I'm an old man, but when you have some type of relationship with someone, do you call it talking? When you're talking with someone?
Yeah, you can call it that.
And just so we're clear, when you called Mr. McCray your friend, he was a little bit more than a friend, like someone you would just hang out and go get a drink with or be a friend from school, correct? Can we both agree in that respect?
I guess.
Well, let me ask you, if you don't mind, were you more than just friends with Mr. McCray?
Do I have to answer that?
Well, yes. So was it more than just a platonic
I guess,
friendship?
yes.
And nothing else necessary. He assisted you by contacting someone to come pick you up after you had dumped that car, correct?
Yes.
And then you hung out for some hours, I assume to kind of let things calm down. Would that be fair?
I rode out there with him. I didn't have a ride back. I had to get a ride back home. So I waited on him.
Understood.
And his mom came, yes, and I rode back with him and his mom.
So the goal at the end of the day was to get back to a point where you could get back to Jacksonville.
Correct.
But in the meantime...
Well, it was to get back with Taifa, period. But right. I didn't want to go to the hospital. I didn't want to do none of that.
Right. And as you waited for that time period, you knew that there was probably an investigation going on because you heard all those shots, correct?
Yeah, I knew it was.
Okay. And the people that you were with during this time period when you were hiding out, you didn't know them, correct? They were just people that you were put in touch with to be able to have
I didn't know the person that picked me up, no. I didn't know him. I knew of him, but I don't know him, no.
And when you went back to the hotel and the scene, was that because you thought Taifa would be there, or were you already in communication?
No, he wanted to.
Ma'am, please, if you don't mind.
Yes, and so because the court reporters taking down everything that's being said, if you could please let Mr. Gonzalez just finish asking his question before you start answering.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Sorry, I have a habit of doing it myself. So you were in communication with Mr. McCray, Tata, right?
Yes.
And did you know that he was going back to that scene? Is that why you went there?
No, he wasn't at the scene. I went back at the scene because the person I was in the car with went there to check on, I think, Monty. Because I seen Monty and I don't remember who else, but I seen Monty when I came there.
Armani Turner?
Yes.
Okay. Who you know fairly well, correct?
I don't know her.
You don't? Okay, so
No.
you just met her that weekend?
I guess I didn't even meet her then.
Okay, but you went back to check on her?
I was just in the car.
Okay, the guy that you were with
Yes.
was going to check on her. Okay, and you didn't stay there very long, correct?
No. Probably like 25 minutes.
Probably for the same reason, because you didn't want to be in a position where police might come up to you and ask you who you were or what you knew.
I mean, yeah, he was the driver though. He left. It was up to him. I didn't really care.
Okay. So you were at this party for the weekend. There were several members of 6 Block there, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. In fact, Tata is 6 Block, correct?
I guess. I guess.
Well, you know enough about this to know. Am I correct about that?
Yeah.
Okay. And you had also dated, as you stated to the state in your direct examination, Quan in the past, some years ago, correct?
Mm-hmm.
So you knew both sides, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the people in 6 Block knew that you used to date somebody from another opposition group, correct?
Mm-hmm.
They all knew that.
Mm-hmm.
Is that it? Yes.
Yes, they knew.
And that wasn't an issue, or else you wouldn't have been there, correct?
No, it wasn't an issue.
no one gave you any problem over that, correct?
No.
Nothing further. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Sonardi, any questions?
Very briefly,
Your Honor, can I ask one more question?
Yes.
You don't know Rashad Murphy, do you?
No, I don't know.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Ms. Altman.
Hey, good afternoon.
Do you know who Kenny Capps is?
Yes, Robert.
I'm sorry?
His name is Robert.
Robert Howard?
Yes.
And was he one of the ones at some point in time you rode in the car with this evening when all this went down?
I don't think I rode him at all in the car when I was down there.
Do you recall there was a point in time when Kenny Capps or Robert Howard refused to ride in the car with Charles Jones, Julio Foolio? You remember that?
Yes, I heard something about that.
You do recall that?
Yes.
All right. Thank you. I have no further questions. Oh, one other further. Do you know a Davion Murphy?
No.
Thank you. No further questions, sir.
Okay, Ms. Finkelstein?
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
My name's Jenna Finkelstein. I represent Sean Gathright. Do you know Mr. Gathright?
No.
Before this incident, we'll say, have you ever heard that name before?
No, never seen him before.
Okay, and you did testify a few minutes ago that you're familiar with people that associate with Six Block and opposition groups, right?
Yeah.
Okay, and Sean Gathright was not known to you in either of those situations?
No, I don't know him.
And just one more question, ma'am. With the people that you were with here in Tampa, did anybody that was with you or in your group go by the name of Fat Boy?
No. No. Somebody with me?
Yeah.
That came with me?
Right.
No, I don't think so, no.
Nobody that you had a nickname that you know of, right? Okay, thank you, ma'am. No further questions.
Okay, Mr. Petrides?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
You mentioned Mr. McCrae's friend.
Sorry.
You're fine. Do you need some water?
Please, if I can get some.
The deputy will get
I shouldn't have offered before I knew where it was. All right, thank you. You said Mr. McCrae's friend picked you up from the apartment complex?
Yes.
Was that someone named Mizzle, Mr. Taylor?
Say it one more time?
Was that someone goes by the name of Mizzle, a Mr. Taylor?
Yeah, that I went with him, but that's not who picked me up, no. I don't know the name of the boy that picked me up.
But was a Mizzle there with you that weekend?
Yes.
Was he with everyone?
Yeah, he came to the clubs and stuff, and I think he came to the B&B, but he didn't come there like with us.
So he stayed somewhere else?
Yeah.
Did he have his own car?
Yes.
Do you know what car he had?
No, I don't remember. No.
Okay. And what about Robert Howard? Did he go to the clubs with you all?
Yeah.
Did he have his own car?
No. I think he rode with Charles.
And when before the shooting happened, you didn't see anything, correct? Out of the ordinary?
Mm-mm.
Were you able to hear the shooting when you were inside the bathroom?
No, I didn't hear it till I walked out the bathroom. The bathroom was in a hallway, so I didn't really hear it till I got out the hallway.
I think you even took a selfie in the bathroom and posted it. Is that correct?
I didn't post it, but I do have pictures in the bathroom, yes.
Okay. I believe that's all I have, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay.
That always struck me as really weird. So she goes into the bathroom like minutes before this happens, takes pictures of herself in the bathroom, didn't post them though. She didn't post them. So I just thought that was a little odd. All right, so is there redirect? I forget if there's
Very
redirect.
good. Redirect?
Yes, just read, Your Honor. Miss Albritton, when you were on probation, you never asked anyone from my office to intercede on your behalf. Is that correct?
As in what?
You were not violated for your probation. Is that correct?
No.
But that had nothing to do with this state attorney's office or my office. Is that correct?
No.
We never did anything on your behalf. That's what I'm asking.
Like towards my probation?
Yes, ma'am.
No.
Okay. And then going back to the party and the Airbnb that you were at before going to the clubs, there were lots of people there. Is that correct?
Yes.
Lots of people from Jacksonville?
At the B&B?
Yes, at the party.
Yeah.
And there were people that followed the birthday celebration to the clubs. Is that correct?
Yes.
Some of them?
Some of them, yes.
But at the hotel, there were only 3 vehicles. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. I have nothing further, Judge.
Okay, this witness be excused.
Yes, you may.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. You're free to go. Okay, State, who's your next witness?
All right, we have about an hour to go. It's 12:27, and the live sentencing will be at 1:30 Eastern. So we have about another hour to go. Super Ball, it's my drink, not yours. Keep it moving. So, I want to play. Let's see what else. The verdicts took about 35 minutes. So let's get in a little bit of Robert Howard, Kenny Capps. Let's get in some of his testimony. And then I'll switch over to the verdict and then a few little news clips before Super Bowl. Why? Just why? Why? And Super Bowl saying, because I can. Right? She's saying, because I can. Because I'm a cat, because I can. All right, let's see here. So again, about another hour to go before live sentencing starts. Now let me get us to Robert Howard. I want to play a little bit of Robert Howard's testimony, and then I'm going to switch over to the verdict. I think his was fairly long. I think he may have been about an hour. He was first. He was first up. Let's see.
Recall when you got released?
May 30th.
All right, go back here.
In this class will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Okay, you can sit down. All right, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, would you state your name into the microphone as close as you can there, just to make sure that everyone can hear you? Sir, do you have a nickname?
Yes, ma'am.
What is your nickname?
Kenny Caps.
Kenny Caps?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you get a little bit closer to the microphone, please? Thank you.
Kenny Caps.
Were you present with the victim, Charles Jones, on the night that he was killed?
Yes, ma'am.
And who is Charles Jones to you?
Close friend.
How long have you known him?
All my life.
Did you all grow up in the same neighborhood or different neighborhoods?
Same neighborhood.
And did you know Charles Jones by any nicknames?
Yes, ma'am.
What are those nicknames?
Foolio, 6, etc. Yes, ma'am.
When you say 6, is that a reference to something?
Yes, ma'am.
What's that a reference to?
A part of our neighborhood, apartments in our neighborhood.
What neighborhood would you say that you are from?
Avenue B, 45th and Avenue B.
45th and Avenue B, is that in a certain area of Jacksonville?
Yes, ma'am.
What area of Jacksonville is that?
North side.
North side?
Yes, ma'am.
And was Charles Jones or 6 from the north side as well?
Yes, ma'am.
And what was the area that he's from called?
Hilltop, 6 block. Yes, ma'am. 6.
Hilltop and 6 block?
Yes, same thing.
Are they also on the north side of Jacksonville?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, clearly you're present in court today and you're incarcerated.
Yes, ma'am.
What are you in jail for?
Distribution charge.
A distribution charge?
Yes, ma'am.
Of
drugs?
Yes, ma'am, of drugs. Yes, ma'am.
Is the distribution charge a state charge or a federal charge?
Federal charge.
And do you have additional state violations?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that a new law case or is that something else?
A new law case, I think.
What is the state violation for?
The state violation is just the new charge of the federal charge.
Okay, so if I can kind of clarify a little bit. You have a new federal case
No.
for distribution, the case you told us about just now.
Yes, ma'am.
And you have state level charges. Are you on probation for something at the state level?
Yes, ma'am. I'm on probation. Yes, ma'am.
When you mentioned that you have some state charges, what are you exactly on probation for at the state level?
A manslaughter and an aggravated battery and a battery on the Leo.
And were you sentenced and served the sentence on the battery, the simple battery?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you still on probation for the manslaughter and the aggravated battery?
Yes, ma'am.
Did those arise out of the same offense, like something that happened on the same day?
Yes, ma'am.
Who died related to the manslaughter charge?
Gerard Adams.
Gerard Adams.
Yes, ma'am.
And who was shot when you indicated that you have an aggravated battery as well?
Willie Royal.
Willie Royal?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that individual someone that has a nickname as well?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
And do you know the nickname of Willie Royal?
Go crazy, will go crazy, something like that, in that nature.
Go crazy or will go crazy, is that what you said?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, you entered a plea of guilty as to those charges, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
When did that actually happen?
2018.
And did Joe Rod Adams have a nickname?
Yes, ma'am.
What was that nickname?
Spaz.
Spaz?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you remember the day it happened in 2018?
I'm not sure. I'm not direct. I think it's the 24th. I think it was August 24th, 2018.
August 24th of 2018?
I think so.
Do you recall how long it took for you to be arrested for that offense?
Like 3 days. I think that Tuesday happened Friday, Tuesday.
What were the circumstances of that manslaughter and aggravated battery charge? What happened?
Well, can you restate that?
Yes. Where was was it a shooting?
Yes, ma'am.
Where did the shooting happen?
At a high school in Jacksonville.
What was the name of the high school?
Raines High School.
Raines High School.
William M. Raines, yes, ma'am.
And were you present at Raines High School on August 24th of 2018?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you present with other people?
Yes, ma'am.
Was Joe Rod Adams, as you mentioned, also present at that football game or after that football game?
Yes, ma'am.
And was the individual Willie Royal or Will Go Crazy also present at that football game?
Yes, ma'am.
After the conclusion of that football game, was there a shooting?
Yes, ma'am.
And as a result of that shooting, did Joe Rod Adams or Spaz pass away?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that the crime that you were arrested for a few days later?
Yes, ma'am.
And what was ultimately your sentence for that crime?
5 years in, 10 years on probation.
When you say 5 years in, can you explain to the jury what that means?
I served 5 years incarcerated and will have 10 years on probation.
How old were you on the date you were arrested?
16.
And were you charged as a juvenile or as an adult?
As an adult.
So is the probation that you are currently serving that you have violated with a new federal drug charge the probation from that manslaughter and aggravated battery case?
Yes, ma'am.
And how long, so you spent the 5 years in custody on the original sentence?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you start probation upon your release?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recall when you got released?
May 31st, 2023.
May 31st of 2023?
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
And do you recall the date that you were arrested on the federal drug charges?
June 23rd or 24th, 2024.
the day of the homicide of Charles Jones or the day after?
The day after the homicide, yes, ma'am.
Okay. So only one day outside of him passing away, you were arrested?
Yes, ma'am.
In total, since your initial arrest on August 27th or so of 2018 through today's date, outside of the days you just told us, so from May 31st through June 24th, 2023 to 2024, have you been incarcerated for the rest of that time?
Yes, ma'am.
So you have the new federal drug case. Have you pled to that case, or is that case still pending?
Still pending.
And are you awaiting sentencing on that case?
Yes, ma'am.
How about the probation violation case? Have you had a hearing on that matter yet to resolve that case?
No, ma'am.
In this case, for which you are seated in the witness box, did you receive a court-ordered subpoena to appear?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you have an opportunity to speak with your attorney without telling us the context of that, but to understand the implications of not complying with that subpoena?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you want to be here?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Do you understand the difference between you being here under a subpoena as a witness and being like a co-defendant or a defendant in a case, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
You're not charged with anything as it relates to Hillsborough County?
No, ma'am.
And do you understand that your case in Duval County are with a Duval County jurisdiction?
Yes, ma'am.
What about, do you understand your case with the federal government is with the federal government?
Yes, ma'am.
At some point in time, were you subpoenaed to appear via an investigative subpoena after your arrest by the federal government to make a statement in this case?
No, ma'am.
You did not receive a subpoena to give a witness statement?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
And present for that witness statement, did you also have an attorney?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that while you were still in custody for the sale or distribution of drugs, the federal charge?
Yes, ma'am.
So as it stands, you have 4 felony convictions. You're just pending sentencing on the cases that we've already discussed.
Yes, ma'am.
When you pled guilty to the death of Gerard Adams or Spaz, was there some type of was there a reason you pled guilty to that case in lieu of taking that case to trial?
Yes, ma'am.
What was that?
It was best in my interest to plea out.
How long had you already been in custody at the time you resolved that case?
Almost 4 years.
Had you been approached at all or ever during the pendency of your time in custody on the manslaughter about becoming a witness in the case against another possible shooter?
No, ma'am.
Did you ever make a statement to law enforcement in that case about anyone else from either side?
No, ma'am.
Was there another individual who has been associated to 6 Block that was present with you on the night of Spaz's death?
Yes, ma'am.
And who was that?
Agent Gaynor Jr.
Was he arrested as well when you were arrested the next week?
No, ma'am.
Did he stay out of custody?
Yes, ma'am.
And ultimately, in the months that followed your arrest, was Mr. Gaynor killed?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you receive some type of benefit or notoriety for not making a statement against anyone in that particular case?
Yes, ma'am.
And how did that, what was the form of that? How did you get, credit for not talking?
It was rumors about who actually pulled the trigger in that case. So, me not saying nothing gave me that honor or that fame. Yes,
in 2018, when you went to jail, was drill rap the primary source of income for yourself or Charles Jones in Jacksonville?
No, ma'am.
Okay, go ahead.
No, ma'am.
When did drill rap start to become popular, if you remember?
In my city, in Jacksonville, around 2020. I was already incarcerated around 2020.
How would you hear about what was happening with the drill rap scene or YouTube and how you monetize that stuff? How would you hear about that?
At the time I was incarcerated, so video chat and new people coming in the jail.
And they would kind of update you on the way things were evolving outside?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And when you actually were released in May of 2023, did you start to develop a little bit of your own following as well?
Yes, ma'am.
Even from custody itself, had you developed somewhat of popularity?
Yes, ma'am.
And what was the subject, or at least as you understand it, of the drill rap videos back and forth? What would, for example, Charles Jones rap about?
Dead people in our city, mostly, yeah. People who had passed away from, that didn't like us or didn't like him.
You say people that would pass away that didn't like us or didn't like him? What do you mean by us?
Or where we're from, our neighborhood.
What, I want to be respectful in asking, how did you learn what neighborhoods liked you and didn't like you? Like, how did that come about?
The dissing and the songs and, just history of Jacksonville stuff.
Did you know as a child in the neighborhood that you grew up in, areas that you were permitted to go to and areas that you were not?
Yes, ma'am.
How did you know that?
Just growing up over time, deaths, people passing away when I'm 5 or 6, and just growing up, gaining knowledge of Jacksonville and what's going on in Jacksonville.
What if you are not directly involved in those things that happen back and forth? If you weren't there or you didn't know anyone involved, are you still taking that on?
You still take precaution, yes, ma'am.
What if any neighborhood like divisions are there? Are there territories? So you said you're living in the north side. Is Mr. Jones also living there, staying there?
Yes, ma'am.
How about out east? Would you regularly go out east?
No, ma'am.
Is that one of the areas that we've talked about?
No, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Tell me why you wouldn't go out east.
Just the history of Jacksonville, things that's going on in Jacksonville.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, I can't hear the witness.
Can you just speak up a little louder, please, Mr. Howard?
I said things that haven't occurred in Jacksonville. So.
Are you familiar with a reference 1200?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that in some way related to or correlated with out east?
Yes, ma'am.
So if I said to you out east 1200, you would know what I'm talking about?
Yes, ma'am.
And what does that represent?
Neighborhoods on the east side of Jacksonville.
What about when I say to you 6th block, to you what does that represent?
Apartments on the north side of Jacksonville.
So neighborhoods is your response to that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Were you certified as a gang member when you were originally arrested for the manslaughter of Joe Rod Adams or Spaz?
Yes, ma'am.
And what gang were you associated to?
I think PCE.
PCE, is that Problem Child Entertainment?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that a group that ultimately was RICO'd about 2017, 2018?
Yes, ma'am.
And you're familiar with what a RICO is?
Yes, ma'am.
Did the older members of PCE at that time, were they all kind of arrested or scooped up?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you know the individuals who were arrested in that RICO case?
Yes, ma'am.
How were they related to you? Friends, family?
Just in the neighborhood, same neighborhood.
After PCE, the RICO comes down from that case, do individuals that were associated with PCE start gaining popularity under the moniker 6th block?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so I want to ask you a very direct question. Are you going to tell me at any point during the course of your testimony today that 6th block is a gang?
No, ma'am.
Will you ever admit that?
No, ma'am.
Will you tell me if 1200 is a gang?
No, ma'am.
Will you tell me if ATK is a gang?
No, ma'am.
That's never going to happen?
Never.
Are you familiar with the statutes in Florida defining gang membership?
No, ma'am.
Are you, do you have concerns about making any admissions about gang membership on as you testify?
No, ma'am.
Your position is that these are neighborhoods.
Yes, ma'am.
What if individuals from those neighborhoods kill on behalf of the neighborhood? You're still going to indicate not a gang.
Not a gang.
What if they throw hand symbols? Not a gang.
No, ma'am.
The statute itself does not matter to you, it sounds like.
Yeah, he was pretty adamant about it's not about gangs. He was very adamant about that. All right. As much as I want to hear more, I want to get to the actual verdicts because this is going to be a good half hour of watching the verdicts. So let's jump over here for the moment because we're now about 45 minutes away. We're about 45 minutes away from the sentencing. And welcome in. I see lots of new people coming in, and I really appreciate that, you guys. Thank you so much for joining us today. We got about 45 minutes to go before the sentencing. So we're going to get to now we're going to get to the verdicts. So this is verdict for the guilt phase, and then I'm going to play the verdict for the penalty phase. So remember, it was in two phases, and each defendant has their own set of lawyers, their own group of lawyers. So there's three phases, basically: the guilt, penalty, and then now the sentencing. So each phase has its own set of lawyers. All right. So this is no longer Robert talking. Let me just unpin that. This is the actual verdict. This is the guilt. This is verdict from the guilt phase. Verdict from guilt phase. Hey, Michelle, how are you? Rah, Grandma. Good to see you. Tiffany, thank you for joining us. Okay, let's see. All right. Yeah, I thought Robert Howard came across really credible. I agree. He doesn't want to put himself in danger. Then there's that. Yep. He was very adamant about, nope, these are not gangs. All right, so this is from, this is the guilt phase verdict.
Okay, I would ask the foreperson of the jury to please hand the verdict forms to the bailiff. Okay, Madam Clerk, please publish the verdicts and do not read the name of the foreperson, okay? Yes. For the record, it's Juror 157, initials CS. All right.
State of Florida versus Isaiah Jermaine Chance, case number 24 CF 11996A, Trial Division 1, verdict form. We, the jury, finds as follows as to count 1, victim Charles Jones. The defendant is guilty of first-degree murder as charged. Did the state of Florida prove beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant was a member or an associate of a criminal gang during the commission of the offense? Yes. Did the state prove beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant committed the crime for the purpose of benefiting, promoting, or furthering the interests of a criminal gang? Yes. We, the jury, finds as follows as to count 2, victim Charles Jones. The defendant is guilty of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder as charged. Did the state prove beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant was a member or an associate of a criminal gang during the commission of the offense? Yes. Did the state prove beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant committed the crime for the purpose of benefiting, promoting, or furthering the interests of a criminal gang? Yes. So say we all, dated this 8th day of May. Foreperson of the jury, jury number 157, CS. State of Florida versus Sean Andre Gathright, case number 24 CF 11996C, Trial Division 1, verdict form. We, the jury, finds as follows as to count 1, victim Charles Jones. The defendant is guilty of first-degree murder as charged. During the commission of the offense, did the defendant personally carry, display, use, threaten to use, or attempt to use a firearm? Yes. During the commission of the offense, the defendant actually possessed a firearm? Yes. During the commission of the offense, did the defendant actually discharge a firearm? Yes. We, the jury, finds as follows as to count 2, victim Charles Jones. The defendant is guilty of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder as charged. We, the jury, finds as follows as to count 3, victim Xavier Edwards. The defendant is guilty of attempted second-degree murder, a lesser-included offense. During the commission of the offense, did the defendant personally carry, display, use, threaten to use, or attempt to use a firearm? Yes. During the commission of the offense, did the defendant actually possess a firearm? Yes. During the commission of the offense, did the defendant actually discharge a firearm? Yes. We, the jury, finds as follows as to count 4, Gino Norris. The defendant is guilty of attempted second-degree murder, a lesser-included offense. During the commission of the offense, did the defendant personally carry, display, use, threaten to use, or attempt to use a firearm? Yes. During the commission of the offense, did the defendant actually possess a firearm? Yes. During the commission of the offense, did the defendant actually discharge a firearm? Yes. We, the jury, finds as follows as to count 5, victim Camilla Bentley. The defendant is guilty of attempted second-degree murder, a lesser-included offense. During the commission of the offense, did the defendant personally carry, display, use, threaten to use, or attempt to use a firearm? Yes. During the commission of the offense, did the defendant personally possess a firearm? Yes. During the commission of the offense, did the defendant actually discharge a firearm? Yes. We, the jury, finds as follows as to count 6. The defendant is guilty of tampering with physical evidence as charged. So say we all, dated this 8th day of May, 2026, jury number 157, CS, foreperson of the jury. State of Florida versus Rashad Trayvon Murphy, case number 24 CF 11996D, Trial Division 1, verdict form. We, the jury, finds as follows as to count 1, victim Charles Jones. The defendant is guilty of first-degree murder as charged. During the commission of the offense, the defendant personally carry, display, use, threaten to use, or attempt to use a firearm? Yes. Did the state prove beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant was a member or an associate of a criminal gang during the commission of the offense? Yes. Did the state prove beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant committed the crime for the purpose of benefiting, promoting, or furthering the interests of a criminal gang? Yes. During the commission of the offense, did the defendant actually possess a firearm? Yes. During the commission of the offense, did the defendant actually discharge a firearm? Yes. We, the jury, finds as follows as to count 2, victim Charles Jones. The defendant is guilty of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder as charged. Did the state prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant was a member or an associate of a criminal gang during the commission of the offense? Yes. Did the state prove beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant committed the crime for the purpose of benefiting, promoting, or furthering the interests of a criminal gang? Yes. We, the jury, finds as follows as to count 3, victim Xavier Edwards. The defendant is guilty of attempted second-degree murder, a lesser-included offense. During the commission of the offense, did the defendant personally carry, display, use, threaten to use, or attempt to use a firearm? Yes. Did the state prove beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant was a member or an associate of a criminal gang during the commission of the offense? Yes. Did the state prove beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant committed the crime for the purpose of benefiting, promoting, or furthering the interest of a criminal gang? Yes. During the commission of the offense, did the defendant actually possess a firearm? Yes. During the commission of the offense, did the defendant actually discharge a firearm? Yes. We, the jury, finds as follows as to count 4, victim Gino Norris. The defendant is guilty of attempted second-degree murder, a lesser included offense. During the commission of the offense, did the defendant personally carry, display, use, threaten to use, or attempt to use a firearm? Yes. Did the state prove beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant was a member or an associate of a criminal gang during the commission of the offense? Yes. Did the state prove beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant committed the crime for the purpose of benefiting, promoting, or furthering the interest of a criminal gang? Yes. During the commission of the offense, did the defendant actually possess a firearm? Yes. During the commission of the offense, did the defendant actually discharge a firearm? Yes. We, the jury, finds as follows as to count 5, victim Camilla Bentley. The defendant is guilty of attempted second-degree murder, a lesser included offense. During the commission of the offense, did the defendant personally carry, display, use, threaten to use, or attempt to use a firearm? Yes. Did the state prove beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant was a member or an associate of a criminal gang during the commission of the offense? Yes. Did the state prove beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant committed the crime for the purpose of benefiting, promoting, or furthering the interest of a criminal gang? Yes. During the commission of the offense, did the defendant actually possess a firearm? Yes. During the commission of the offense, did the defendant actually discharge a firearm? Yes. So say we all, dated this 8th day of May 2026, juror number 157, CS, foreperson of the jury. In the state of Florida versus Davion, Rashad Murphy, case number 24CF11996E, trial division 1, verdict form. We, the jury, finds as follows as to count 1, victim Charles Jones. The defendant is guilty of first-degree murder as charged. If during the commission of the offense, did the defendant personally carry, display, use, threaten to use, or attempt to use a firearm? Yes. Did the state prove beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant was a member or an associate of a criminal gang during the commission of the offense? Yes. Did the state prove beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant committed the crime for the purpose of benefiting, promoting, or furthering the interests of a criminal gang? Yes. During the commission of the offense, did the defendant actually possess a firearm? Yes. During the commission of the offense, did the defendant actually discharge a firearm? Yes. We, the jury, finds as follows as to count 2, victim Charles Jones, the defendant of conspiracy to commit murder, first degree, conspiracy to commit first-degree murder as charged. Did the state prove beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant was a member or an associate of a criminal gang during the commission of the offense? Yes. Did the state prove beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant committed the crime for the purpose of benefiting, promoting, or furthering the interests of a criminal gang? Yes. We, the jury, finds as follows as to count 3, victim Xavier Edwards. The defendant is guilty of attempted second-degree murder, a lesser included offense. During the commission of the offense, did the defendant personally carry, display, use, threaten to use, or attempt to use a firearm? Yes. Did the state prove beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant was a member or an associate of a criminal gang during the commission of the offense? Yes. Did the state prove beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant committed the crime for the purpose of benefiting, promoting, or furthering the interests of the criminal gang? Yes. During the commission of the offense, did the defendant actually possess a firearm? Yes. During the commission of the offense, did the defendant actually discharge a firearm? Yes. We, the jury, finds as follows as to count 4, victim Gino Norris. The defendant is guilty of attempted second-degree murder, a lesser included offense. During the commission of the offense, did the defendant personally carry, display, use, threaten to use, or attempt to use a firearm? Yes. Did the state prove beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant was a member or an associate of a criminal gang during the commission of the offense? Yes. Did the state prove beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant committed the crime for the purpose of benefiting, promoting, or furthering the interests of a criminal gang? Yes. During the commission of the offense, did the defendant actually possess a firearm? Yes. During the commission of the offense, did the defendant actually discharge a firearm? Yes. We, the jury, finds as follows as to count 5. Victim Camilla Bentley. The defendant is guilty of attempted second-degree murder, a lesser included offense. During the commission of the offense, did the defendant personally carry, display, use, threaten to use, or attempt to use a firearm? Yes. Did the state prove beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant was a member or an associate of a criminal gang during the commission of the offense? Yes. Did the state prove beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant committed the crime for the purpose of benefiting, promoting, or furthering the interest of a criminal gang? Yes. During the commission of the offense, did the defendant actually possess a firearm? Yes. And during the commission of an offense, did the defendant actually discharge a firearm? Yes. So say we all, dated this 8th day of May, 2026, jury number 157, CS for person of the jury.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. All right, members of the jury, I'm now going to ask you all the same question. I'm going to ask you.
All right, I guess we don't have to listen to that. The polling and all of that. We can skip that. All right, next up, I want to get to then the verdict penalty phase. Yeah, okay, so now next up is penalty phase verdict. So let's check this out. So that's the guilt phase. Now we have the penalty phase. So let me put this up and then we can watch this. We have about a half hour to go. Bottom of the hour is when the sentencing is going to occur. So let me just get this queued up. Let's see here. All right, so this is the, let me just post this. So this is the verdict from the penalty phase. Okay, verdict from penalty phase. And again, we have about less than half an hour before they get to the live sentencing. Let's see. Is there audio here?
I'll do it right there.
Okay, very good. Everyone have a seat. And it's my understanding the jury has reached its verdict for the penalty phase, correct? All right, very good. You would hand the verdict forms to Bill.
Yes, ma'am.
Madam Clerk, please publish the verdicts.
Defendant Isaiah Chance, verdict form, penalty phase. We, the jury, unanimously find the state proved beyond a reasonable doubt that Isaiah Chance committed the homicide in a cold, calculated, and premeditated manner without any pretense of moral or legal justification. Yes. We, the jury, unanimously find the state proved beyond a reasonable doubt that Isaiah Chance was a criminal gang member at the time of the homicide. Yes. We, the jury, have unanimously found the state proved one or more aggravating factors. Each of us has considered whether one or more mitigating circumstances exist. Each of us has weighed whether the proven aggravating factors are sufficient and whether the proven aggravating factors outweigh any proven mitigating circumstances. We have further considered whether Isaiah Chance should be sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole or death. We, the jury, finds Isaiah Chance should be sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. Dated this 15th day of May, 2026, in Hillsborough County, Florida, Miss C.S., foreperson of the jury.
And that was considered a win for the defense. You know, they considered that a win. They fought, DP. They fought for their lives, and they got them life without parole.
Defendant Sean Gathright, verdict form, penalty phase. We, the jury, unanimously find the state proved beyond a reasonable doubt that Sean Gathright committed the homicide in a cold, calculated, and premeditated manner without any pretense of moral or legal justification. Yes. We, the jury, unanimously find the state proved beyond a reasonable doubt that Sean Gathright created a great risk of death to many persons. Yes. We, the jury, unanimously find the state proved beyond a reasonable doubt that Sean Gathright was contemporaneously convicted of a felony involving the use of violence to another person. Yes. We, the jury, have unanimously found the state proved one or more aggravating factors. Each of us has considered whether one or more of the mitigating circumstances exist. Each of us has weighed whether the proven aggravating factors are sufficient and whether the proven aggravating factors outweigh any proven mitigating circumstances. We have further considered whether Sean Gathright should be sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole or death. We, the jury, find Sean Gathright should be sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. Dated this 15th day of May, 2026, in Hillsborough County, Florida, C.S., foreperson of the jury. Defendant Rashad Murphy, verdict form, penalty phase. We, the jury, unanimously find the state proved beyond a reasonable doubt that Rashad Murphy committed the homicide in a cold, calculated, and premeditated manner without any pretense of moral or legal justification. Yes. We, the jury, unanimously find the state proved beyond a reasonable doubt that Rashad Murphy created a great risk of death to many persons. Yes. We, the jury, unanimously find the state proved beyond a reasonable doubt that Rashad Murphy was contemporaneously convicted of a felony involving the use of violence to another person. Yes. We, the jury, unanimously find the state proved beyond a reasonable doubt that Rashad Murphy was a criminal gang member at the time of the homicide. Yes. We, the jury, have unanimously found the state proved one or more of the aggravating factors. Each of us has considered whether one or more mitigating circumstances exist. Each of us has weighed whether the proven aggravating factors are sufficient and whether the proven aggravating factors outweigh any proven mitigating circumstances. We have further considered whether Rashad Murphy should be sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole or death. We, the jury, find Rashad Murphy should be sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. Dated this 15th day of May, 2026, in Hillsborough County, Florida, C.S., foreperson of the jury. Defendant Davion Murphy, jury verdict form, penalty phase. We, the jury, unanimously find the state proved beyond a reasonable doubt that Davion Murphy committed the homicide in a cold, calculated, and premeditated manner without any pretense of moral or legal justification. Yes. We, the jury, unanimously find the state proved beyond a reasonable doubt that Davion Murphy created a great risk of death to many persons. Yes. We, the jury, unanimously find the state proved beyond a reasonable doubt that Davion Murphy was contemporaneously convicted of a felony involving the use of violence to another person. Yes. We, the jury, unanimously find the state proved beyond a reasonable doubt that Davion Murphy was a criminal gang member at the time of the homicide. Yes. We, the jury, have unanimously found the state proved one or more aggravating factors. Each of us has considered whether one or more of the mitigating circumstances exist. Each of us has weighed whether the proven aggravating factors are sufficient and whether the proven aggravating factors outweigh any proven mitigating circumstances. We have further considered whether Davion Murphy should be sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole or death. We, the jury, find Davion Murphy should be sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. Dated this 15th day of May, 2026, CS foreperson of the jury.
All right, members of the jury, now I'm going to ask you all the same question, similar to what happened after the guilt phase for the whole jury. So, I'm going to ask you about the jury's decisions that you have just heard. Juror number 9, initials DM. Do you agree with the decisions as read by the clerk?
I'm going to fast forward through the polling of the jury, but I do want to play her when she's talking. When she's talking about talking to the jury.
Should remain their private affair as long as they wish it. Therefore, the law gives you a unique privilege not to speak about the jury's work. Although you are at liberty to speak with anyone about your deliberations, you are also at liberty to refuse to speak to anyone. A request to discuss either your verdict or your deliberations may come from those who are simply curious, from the media, from the attorneys, or elsewhere. It will be up to you to decide whether to preserve your privacy as a juror. On a much more personal note, these are tough cases. These are tough cases. And I've handled a lot of tough cases. This is my first rodeo as far as handling tough cases. This one takes the cake. This one was one of the up to date, in my 24 years of doing this as a judge, one of the toughest cases. And you all are amazing. You're amazing people. You are smart, you are attentive, you are patient, and you are just. You're just. And I just want, on behalf of everyone involved, not just the parties, the attorneys, myself, our entire community owes you a debt of gratitude. And I wish I could do something more for you other than just say how amazing you are. I did have the bailiff give you all just a small medallion. It's just a token. I wish there was more that I can do, but that is all I can do. You all should go home, and as you resume your lives, be so proud of yourselves for the citizens you are and the sacrifice that you made for all of us and our legal system. We are eternally grateful. With that, your jury service is now concluded. Thank you.
All right.
So just so you guys know, sentencing is going to be in about 15 to 20 minutes. It's around quarter after here on the East Coast in Florida. And at 1:30. At 1:30, they will have the live sentencing. And that's pretty much it for that. So next up, I wanted to show just some news clips, just a couple of news clips. This was like from 13 hours ago. So I'm just going to play a few news clips while we get ready for the live sentencing. So if you can hear my voice and you're just wondering, first of all, please hit the like button. Take a moment to hit the like button. And then
first, one of the most high.
Second of all, in about 15 minutes or so, live sentencing will begin. I don't know how on time they will be. They should be pretty much on time. But please take a moment, hit the like button, and join us. Stick around. Again, we're just going to be playing a few more news clips, and then the live sentencing will be on at the bottom of the hour, which is 1:30. All right, so here's a quick news clip from WFLA, which is in Tampa. Let's see what they have to say.
One of the most high-profile murder cases in the Bay Area in recent years will come to a final resolution tomorrow. 4 men found guilty of murder involving the death of rapper Julio Foolio, whose real name is Charles Jones, are scheduled to be sentenced tomorrow. News Channel 8's Victoria Lucas is live at the Hillsborough County Courthouse ahead of this court hearing. Victoria?
Ty, good evening to you. The jury recommended the judge sentence the 4 defendants to life in prison without parole instead of the death penalty a month ago. Isaiah Chance, Sean Gathright, Davion Murphy, and Rashad Murphy will find out Monday if the judge took the jury's recommendation.
Life in prison without the possibility of parole.
Between May's hearing and Monday's,
there will be motions that will be filed by the defense, and then ultimately the judge will hand down her sentence.
The jury found all 4 defendants guilty last month in the June 2024 murder of Jacksonville rapper Julio Foolio, whose real name was Charles Jones. 3 of the 4 were stoic receiving the verdict. Gathright was in tears. He was unable to watch his co-defendant, Rashad Murphy, being taken away in handcuffs. Instead, he shook and put his head down. Prosecutors say Jones was in Tampa to celebrate his 26th birthday. They say the 4 men followed Jones to various locations, ambushed him in a hotel parking lot on McKinley Drive, and shot him. Jones died at the scene.
There is a gang war. That is the motive in this case.
Can't play that anymore. We don't get smacked by YouTube.
The evidence that you have in front of you shows that each and every one of those defendants is guilty of everything that they are charged with.
Alicia Andrews of Jacksonville was sentenced to 15 years in prison for manslaughter last month. Prosecutors say she coordinated the logistics behind the plan to kill Julio Foolio. Died today would have been Jones's 28th birthday, and tomorrow's hearing is in the afternoon at 1:30. Live in Tampa, Victoria Lucas, 8 on your side.
Yeah, and again, the irony is not lost on us. 28th birthday yesterday. Today is the sentencing, and then tomorrow it was his passing. So, literally, boom, boom, boom. And Florida PI Sam, thank you so much for joining us. And a huge, huge shout out goes out to Florida PI Sam. We are wrapping up this case that we have spent so much time on. And thank you again to Sam for any kind of insights that she was able to provide to us as we were collecting all the information and reviewing everything and doing a stream. So. Guys, if you are not familiar with Florida PI Sam, please go give her a like and a subscribe. Let me just go ahead and drop Sam's channel there. Auntie Ray, how are you? Excuse me. If you have not already, please take a moment and head on over. Give Florida PI Sam a subscription. It's free. It doesn't cost you anything. It is free to subscribe to her channel. And Sam provides fantastic content. Being a licensed private investigator in Florida, she represented Davion Murphy in this trial. So, Sam is not there today. She is in Ohio, as she said earlier, I believe, right? Yes. Sam said, just not able to participate. I am in Ohio, so not in court either. So, Florida PI Sam is in Ohio right now. So, K-Tally Pitlove, how are you? Welcome in. Let's see. Is Nort Batteries, good to see you. Welcome in. K-Tally, yes, we have all missed Sam's streams. Yes. Great Gams, yes, Sam is amazing, for sure. Anti-Ray, Snakebite's doing fine. Yeah, Paulie's doing fine. I am going to take her to the vet for a follow-up this Saturday. But yeah, she's doing fantastic. Christy, good to see you. Welcome in. Nice to see you. All right, I want to play this one last little news clip here. This was from just a few hours ago, I believe. Let me see.
Men convicted in the murder of Jacksonville.
Yeah, I think this was from this morning. All right, so this was from this morning. Let's just see what these guys have to say.
Rapper Julio Foolio will find out just how long their time behind bars will be. Last month, the jury recommended life in prison without the possibility of parole instead of the death penalty. Isaiah Chance, Sean Gathright, Davion Murphy, and Rashad Murphy were all found guilty in the June 2024 killing of the rapper whose real name was Charles Jones. Prosecutors say Jones was in Tampa celebrating his 26th birthday when the men followed him to multiple locations before he was ambushed and killed outside of a Tampa hotel. A jury convicted all 4 men of first-degree murder. We will have a 10 Tampa Bay News crew at the courthouse, and we'll bring you updates on air as well as on our free 10 Tampa Bay News app.
Ooh, so that's exciting. So we may have a press conference or something afterwards. Karen, thank you so much for that. Appreciate that. And Stella, no, yesterday, the 21st. And happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you, Stella. I hope you're having a fantastic birthday. Yesterday, so the coverage has started. All right, let me get us over here. All right, thank you for that. So they're actually live in court. So let me get us over here. Yesterday was his 28th birthday, and he was shot like early morning hours of the 23rd. So this time 2 years ago, he was partying, right? He was at the Airbnb. He was about to go out to Teasers, Truth 18, and then then that morning he gets taken out. All right, so here we go. Yeah, no, sentencing is coming up. So now we are live. This is actually live. We are officially live. So we are officially live. And it is scheduled to start at the bottom of the hour, which is about another 10 minutes. Rich Auntie, how are you? So we're trying to figure out who is going to. Oh, there's Scotty. We know Scotty Sonardi. Hey, Lena, how are you? Welcome in. Welcome in. We were trying to figure out who was going to speak on behalf of each of the guys. Isaiah had, actually, Sean had the most people speak. He actually had 10 people on his side spoke. He had his cousin, his uncle, his friend, his grandmother, his stepfather, his mother, his sister. And then Isaiah had his grandmother, his father, a woman who dated his father, his godmother, and then his mother. So they both had we're trying to figure out if they were going to have, if they were going to come in and give, statements. We know Miss Mays, Sandrika Mays, she being Charles Jones's mother, she spoke at Alicia's sentencing. We watched that. So we're not sure if she's going to speak again. I've scheduled this for about an hour and a half. I don't know how long it's going to be. As soon as this is over, we're going to pick up on the trial out of Alaska. So if you guys are looking for that, we will cover that, but we're going to do the sentencing here first. I'll go ahead and I'll put a redirect on right now for us. But hey, Elsbeth, how are you? Good vibe, says Davion. Looks like he's rapping or singing. Yeah, he very well might be. He very well might be. He's got the music in him for sure. You know, when it's in you, it's in you. No matter where you are, no matter what you're doing, you always got it in you. So, all right, welcome in everybody. Take a moment to hit the like button if you have not already. I appreciate that. We have, let's see, where are we with our likes? We have 207 likes. Appreciate that, you guys. Thank you so much. Rashad T, I am doing okay. Still fighting this cold. Yeah, still this cold is lingering. But I'm officially like a week into it. Erin's 5 days. She's like 2 days behind me on the cold. So, but thank you for asking. Appreciate that. Positive Vibe says, Davion always happy. He's always a happy chappy. Grampy, welcome back. I see there you are. Welcome back. There's so many cell phones down there. It took me 10 minutes to sign in. Wow. Okay. Hey, Mal. My lips are sealed. The boys look well. Yeah. I mean, all things considered. All things considered. Coffee and carrot cake, Elaine is offering. I do love carrot cake. I'll pass on the coffee, but I'll take some carrot cake. Yeah, you can pass some of that carrot cake this way. I do love carrot cake. I think that's my favorite. Oh, Kate Tally. Oh, that's really cool. What was that gift? Thank you for that. I just noticed that gift. It's like a gift basket. That's so cool. Thank you for that. Oh, Dwayne, and then there's that. You had people bumping into your shoulder. Ugh. Oh man, I feel so sorry for you. Sorry. Selena, carrot cake is the best. Yeah, I'm a big fan of carrot cake. Let's see, Mallory, there you are. Mallory says, that always bothers me at these. Let's see what, the Young Lives. You and William are talking. Yeah. Charge lawyer, we'll talk an hour and a half. All right, so we see if let's see, Rashad and Sean there. Rashad is closest to us than Sean, hiding. Well, not hiding, but he's behind the computer. And then there's Davion, and then Isaiah is behind Davion. They did separate Rashad and Davion again. Remember, they got into a little dust up there towards the end of the guilt phase. Actually, no, I think it was closing arguments of the guilt phase. There was a little dust up there. So they separated them for the penalty phase, and they are now again separated. It's interesting, right? Kaylee, what other possible sentences there? There really isn't. I mean, there is none. That's it. That's it. That's pretty much it. So it's kind of like the point is kind of moot, if you will, but it has to be on the record. They have to go through the motions. They have to do all this. The judge has guidelines that she follows. The jury recommended life without parole. She cannot go up. Now, if the jury had done DP, it is a possibility, however unlikely, that she could have gone down. But she cannot go back up. So because you got DP and you've got life without parole, she can't come down from DP to life. I'm sorry, she can come down. She cannot come back up. So there's no way that she can now say, oh, I'm going to sentence you guys to death. She can't do that. She could take what the jury recommended. Remember, it's a recommendation. It is a recommendation. And she can come down, but she cannot go back up. So there's no way that at this point they will get the DP. So they're all looking at, just life in prison. So, Grampy, we are live. We are currently live, as I see other people are telling you. We are absolutely live. Brad says the only real option here is the other charges and whether the combination with lesser charges is consecutive or concurrent. Yeah, I mean, again, that's just all sure, you get life plus an extra 50 years, or do you just get life plus 2 years? I mean, it's all important. It's all necessary. They all have to do it. But at the end of the day, they're going to be in prison for the rest of their lives. So that is correct. Yes, she can backyard. Yep, she can sentence lesser. She cannot sentence more. Bella, you ended up on the wrong channel. No, the comments clued you in. Well, I'm glad you found your way over here. Debbie, they are lucky, no DP. Yeah, I think they were all pretty happy about that. I think they were all pretty happy about that. You got to get up to get down. Yep. Elspeth, dropping some music. All right, so should be starting. Well, I mean, it's started, but judge still has not arrived yet. We shall see. Court watcher Denisha, she has set rules she has to go by, as Florida PI Sam has explained in several of her streams. That there's guidelines. Oops, sorry. There's guidelines. There's a scorecard, and you have to you go by the scorecard. And the scorecard is what the scorecard is. All right, let me see. So now we get into sentencing. Let me do sentencing. I'll take some notes for us, and I'll post these later for you guys. If you guys missed anything, I will post these for us later for our members. So if you are a member, you will have access to these notes. No downward departure on sentencing. Okay, so everything I just said, throw out the window? All right, I'll stop talking. I don't want to give off incorrect information. Yes, okay, this is mandatory life. All right, so I'm not off. Virginia, hello everyone. You've been listening as you play a game. Today's the big day. I've shared this. Hopefully your subscribers will increase. I really enjoy it. Thank you, Virginia. Really appreciate that. What's the mandatory minimum in Florida? No, it's life. When they say life, it's life. There is no... When they say life without parole, they mean life without parole. There is no parole in Florida, Nick. It is truly life. There's no, an 80%, 75%, 90% served, or after 60, after the age 60, you get, no, there's none of that. It's just is what it is. There's no, when they say life without parole, they mean life without parole. Like in California, I think if you serve 60 years and you're over a certain age, you can be let out. Or 35 or 40 years, something like that. In Florida, it is life. There is nothing other than that. William, yeah, she got 15 years. I think she got 15 years. All right, let's get some. Nope, I thought they were all standing up. All right, so I want to make sure there's. All right, I hear some audio. All right, I'll see you guys on the other side. Here we go.
Is everybody present? Looks like it. You guys switched places. Some of you did, so it caught me off guard a little bit. So, okay, but it looks like all of the defendants are present. Defense counsel's present. The state is present. All right, are both sides ready to proceed forward to sentencing?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Defense, you guys ready?
Yes, Judge.
All right. I know a number of you filed post-trial motions, so let's go ahead and hear those first. All right, Mr. Gonzalez, you can kick it off.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Brian Gonzalez on behalf of Rashad Murphy. Your Honor, I did file a motion for new trial on behalf of Mr. Murphy, and without belaboring many arguments that were already made during the course of the trial and in pretrial motions, Judge, I just, for the record, would like to just state those grounds under which we would file our motion without making any more extensive argument that has already been made, and that the record will clearly reflect. Essentially, Judge, we would suggest that first and foremost, that the verdict rendered against Rashad Murphy strike that, Judge. Your Honor, Mr. Murphy would suggest that the court erred in denying several of Mr. Murphy's pretrial motions with arguments that extended not only to the pretrial motion dates, but also during the course and scope of the trial in interim circumstances, and that were all on the record. First of all, that would be the motion to suppress Mr. Murphy's cell phone. Secondly, the motion to suppress Mr. Murphy's statements. Next, Judge, the motion for severance of the defendant, and in the alternative for separate juries. Next, Judge, his first motion in limine regarding Ghost 187, his second motion in limine and Darbert challenge with regard to law enforcement opinion testimony and testimony of alleged gang war history and hearsay-based gang intelligence, as well as uncharged and unsolved acts of violence. Next, Judge, Mr. Murphy's motion in limine regarding gang affiliation, gang identification, and gang charts. Mr. Murphy's fourth motion in limine regarding opinion identification testimony as it relates to digital media. The portions of Mr. Murphy's fifth motion in limine regarding irrelevant evidence. Mr. Murphy's sixth motion in limine regarding portions of the Robert Howard motion in limine, and also Judge Mr. Murphy's seventh motion in limine regarding state's trial exhibits 88B, 88C, and 101. We also would suggest that the court erred in denying Mr. Murphy's motion for judgment of acquittal both after the state's case and after all of the evidence. And then, Judge, just a cumulative count with regard to the totality of those motions that previously were stated on the record. And finally, Judge, that the weight of the evidence did not appear to support the jury's verdict. Those would be the issues that Mr. Rashad Murphy has included in his motion for new trial.
Okay,
thank you.
Good. State, I'll give you a chance to rebut all of the motions once the defendants have made them. Okay, all right, Mr. You want to go next, Mr. Wise, on behalf of Mr. Gathright?
Yes, Your Honor. We're going down the line. We did not file a motion for new trial. I was just asked to adopt the arguments that Mr. Gonzalez made. I know all these issues were litigated.
Yes, they were. And all of the motions that you filed pre-trial are obviously the court's ruling. Your arguments, your motions, any objections you have are all preserved for the record.
Thank you, Your Honor. And the only additional filing we've made was a memorandum regarding the motion for judgment of acquittal as to count 6, which was the tampering charge that was only charged as to Mr. Gathright. I believe Your Honor took that under advisement pending the jury's decision. I believe that motion is still open. So we filed a memorandum briefly laying out the state of the law. The state, I believe, agreed during the motion argument during trial that the basis for the tampering charge is the leaving of the car at the grandmother's and wiping down the doors. We cited several cases that essentially all hold that there basically are two elements for tampering. You have to, there's the removal of the evidence, the physical aspect, but then there's also the specific intent element, which requires evidence that the alleged removal of evidence was done with the intent to impair its rarity or availability in a criminal proceeding. And there's been no evidence presented of that element at the trial. Essentially, the evidence we see is that the car is left with the grandmother. The grandmother's not told to hide the car or anything like that. Obviously, the grandmother drives the car. She's pulled over in it. The interior of 2 of the doors are wiped down, and that's it. Nothing else is wiped down within the car. It's not consistent with someone trying to impair any availability. Obviously, there would have been 90% of the car still available to be tested for whatever physical evidence might have been in there. I think the evidence is clearly consistent with that wiping down being done because it's being left with his grandmother and it's being done out of courtesy to her. And just briefly to cite one line from the Costanza case, and really all the cases we cite are consistent with this, but one line from that is that a defendant's equivocal conduct toward evidence is insufficient to demonstrate the intent necessary for a Section 918.13 violation. Merely discarding evidence from one's person without more does not amount to a violation. And that's all that was proven here, that allegedly the evidence is discarded, so to speak, being left with the grandmother, but there's no evidence that it's done with any intent to impair its availability. And it's really, when you think about it, the fact that Mr. Gathright, even after wiping down the doors, gets back in the car and then drives it to the street and parks it, clearly inconsistent with trying to get rid of any evidence that he used the car. So based on that and based on the authorities we cite in the memorandum, we would renew the motion for judgment of acquittal.
Okay, thank you. All right, Mr. Sonardi, on behalf of Davion Murphy.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. On behalf of Davion Murphy, we have, in fact, filed a motion for new trial. And as previously indicated, at the conclusion of all the evidence, we will adopt and readopt all co-defendants' motions that have been heard by the court and ruled on by the court. Our motion for new trial is based on 6 different grounds. Ground number 1 is denial of the severance of the defendants. The court heard motions to sever defendants and obviously denied that as the case was tried jointly with the other co-defendants. And obviously we allege that there was the defendants were presented as a collective group, which would have included obviously Mr. Davion Murphy, and there was considerable danger of guilt by association simply because Mr. Davion Murphy was tried jointly with the other co-defendants. Ground number 2, in that the court allowed extensive gang profile and gang affiliation evidence. The focus of the trial, a substantial portion of the trial, was predicated on the state's introduction of Mr. Murphy's alleged gang affiliation, and that became the focus of the trial. And by simply by alleging that Mr. Murphy was in fact a part or participant in the gang, made him guilty by association. The third third ground that the court previously ruled on, but we will reallege it, and that is Detective Griffin indicating that Mr. Davion Murphy had previously been in prison, and the jury clearly heard that. The court has ruled we'd reallege it as a ground for mistrial and to grant Mr. Davion Murphy a new trial. We would also allege that the evidence as presented as to Davion Murphy was contrary, insufficient, or the verdict was contrary to the weight of all the evidence. The cumulative effect of the denial of the severance and of co-defendants' spontaneous admission deprived Mr. Davion Murphy of a fair trial. Ground number 5, improper expert opinion testimony invaded the province of the jury, and that was as to experts testified concerning gang relationships, etc., which was a large part of the trial. And again, basically, the cumulative error requires a new trial, and that would be the extensive gang evidence, highly prejudicial social media evidence that was introduced, the joint trial spillover, and that is that because Mr. Davion Murphy was present during the trial with co-defendants, there was spillover evidence, improper association evidence, expert testimony, and repeated references to gang warfare and retaliatory violence. All of that was in a joint trial. We submit that that would be sufficient as cumulative evidence to grant Mr. Davion Murphy a new trial.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sonardi. All right, Mr. Petridis, on behalf of Mr. Chance.
Thank you, Your Honor. We filed a motion for new trial, and not to belabor what's in there, the argument is simply that the verdict rests on a chain of impermissibly stacked inferences, and there was not direct evidence presented that Mr. Chance knew his co-defendants intended to murder Mr. Jones, that he intended Mr. Jones to be killed, or that his acts were specifically designed to assist or encourage the murder, and therefore there wasn't enough evidence under Florida law to sustain a first-degree murder conviction or conspiracy to commit murder conviction.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Ms. Doherty, what's your response first to Mr. Gathwright's the motion for judgment of acquittal as to count 6, the tampering charge?
Judge, we did review that case law that he cited as authority in his motion as well, and Judge, those cases are clearly distinguishable by to the facts presently in front of the court. One of them was a corpus case. We literally have the defendant on video where he is seen actually wiping down the fingerprints. All of the rest of the cases went towards knowledge, intent that that physical act was actually done and proof of that. And Judge, there is circumstantial evidence in this case that is overwhelming. This is a case where the manner in which the homicide occurred was at a hotel, a public spot where 3 armed gunmen used high-powered assault rifles and a Glock with a switch that was automated to be able to fire rapidly and unloaded in a public parking lot. And this was the victim in this case. There is ample evidence that they knew who they were targeting. They knew the high-profile nature of the victim. And so, Judge, the law requires for tampering that they knew or should have known that a investigation by law enforcement was going to occur. There is no argument that they can make based on the circumstantial nature, the manner in which they committed this crime, to suggest to this court that he did not know that a law enforcement investigation was about to be instituted, and the actions that were done with both of the vehicles that were used in this case clearly were removed from the state of Florida, and where they live in Jacksonville and where they would be investigated, they were removed from that city. They were hidden. That car was hidden at his grandmother's house the day of the homicide. When the homicide occurred, he brought it and he switched vehicles and switched contents that was contained within the suspect murder vehicle and put it into another vehicle, Judge. Based on the facts and the circumstances in this case, we believe that there is enough facts and evidence to support that he knew that a high-profile investigation, homicide investigation, would occur. There was all the phone evidence from his phone that showed his activity immediately after this crime. So he certainly knew that they were successful in killing a high-profile rap artist. So based on that and the fact there is no corpus issue in this particular case, he literally is seen wiping it down on a video. So based on all of that evidence, we would ask that you deny the defendant's motion.
Okay, and do you have any further argument on any of the defendant's motions for new trial?
Your Honor, we would rely on all our previous written arguments as well as oral arguments that were made in pretrial motions and during the course of the trial. Any weight arguments or insufficient evidence we believe is without merit. The facts and evidence in this case were overwhelming. There was a mountain of case, not only circumstantial evidence, there was direct evidence of each and every one of the defendants' participation in this case, as well as the actual crime itself was caught on video. So we would rely on all of our prior arguments, written and oral.
Okay, thank you. All right, so I will deny Sean Gathright's motion for judgment of acquittal as to count 6 and deny all of the defendant's motions for new trial. All right, State, are you going to call any witnesses, or does anyone want to speak before sentencing?
Judge, we did talk to our victim assistant advocate, and the victim's mother did not wish to address the court again. She did read a victim impact, I believe, for Alicia Andrews' trial, as well as there was a statement that was read to the jury. She is aware that the sentences in this case for the homicide is going to be a life sentence. We also did contact the other victims in this case, and they did not wish to be present or heard. They are aware also what the sentence is going to be.
All right, and so let's just go through each of the defendants. Let's start with Mr. Chance. So on the first-degree murder, it's mandatory life, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
And are there any minimum mandatories that apply?
Not with regards to Isaiah Chance.
Okay, and then on the conspiracy to commit first-degree murder, is that also mandatory life?
Judge, that is a life offense, and I do not believe that is a mandatory offense. And we have provided a score sheet on all of the defendants for the offenses that were not the first-degree murder charge.
Okay, so it's up to life on the conspiracy, yes, correct? And what is the state requesting?
Judge, we are asking for a life sentence, maximum sentences on all of the non-life offenses.
To run concurrent or consecutive?
Judge, we would ask for them to run concurrent.
Okay. Moving on to Sean Gathright, as to the first-degree premeditated murder, mandatory life, and are there any min-mans that apply to him?
Judge, there are minimum mandatories that apply to him. There is a 25-year minimum mandatory for discharging, I'm sorry, 20-year. It's just discharging a firearm. We did not allege resulting in death.
Okay, so that would be on count 1. And then on the conspiracy, you were also asking for life, correct?
Your Honor, for him, it's a first-degree felony because he did not have a gang enhancement. So for that, it would be for 30 years with regards to Sean Gathright for the conspiracy to commit first-degree murder.
Okay. And then with regards to each of the attempted murders in the second degree, are there any min-mans that apply to those?
Judge, for the attempted second degrees, there are minimum mandatory for the firearm, again, enhancements, and again, those are 20-year minimum mandatories.
And the statutory max is what, and what are you asking for?
For the attempted second degree murders for Sean Gathright, those are first degree felonies, so we would be asking for 30 years for a state prison on each one of those counts.
And then on the tampering, what are you asking for?
For 5 years for a state prison.
To run concurrent or all to run concurrent?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, as to Davion Murphy, the first degree murders mandatory life, are there any min-mans that apply to him?
Yes, Your Honor. He also has a 20-year minimum mandatory for a firearm enhancement.
All right, and then you're asking for life on the conspiracy?
Yes, Your Honor.
And then on the attempted murders in the second degree, are there also 20-year min-mans on those?
There are for him, yes.
And then you're asking for 30?
We're asking for a life sentence. He actually is raised to a life sentence because of his gang enhancement.
Okay.
She's saying that the life of her second degree on the docket you have because of is it 30 years for the second degrees?
No, what she's saying is the jury found a gang enhancement, so it gets bumped up. Okay. Because it says second degree felony. What the clerk was asking me, it says second degree felony on the docket, but you're saying because of the gang membership that bumps him up to life.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
And the firearm enhancement. There
I
are
see.
two that apply to him.
Okay. All right, and you're asking for those to run concurrent?
Yes, Your Honor.
And then as to Rashad Murphy on count one, it's mandatory life, and is that also a 20-year min-man?
Yes, Your Honor.
And then on the conspiracy, you're asking for life, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
And then are there 20-year min-mans on the attempted murders on all of those counts?
Yes, for Mr. Rashad Murphy, there were jury findings for the firearm.
And due to the gang enhancements, is he also looking at life on those?
He is.
And that's what you're asking for?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Does anyone disagree that those are the maximum penalties and minimum mandatories that apply for each of the defendants? Okay. Okay. All right, very good. Anything else you'd like to say prior to sentencing?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, Mr. Gonzalez, anything else that you or your client would like to say prior to sentencing, or any other individuals that would like to speak?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Okay. Mr. Wise, anything further from your client or from anyone else?
Your Honor, Mr. Gathright would like to address the court.
Sure.
I believe his mother and grandmother who were in the gallery.
They would like to address the court as well?
Yes, Your Honor.
Sure.
For the record, they both testified in penalty phase, but that would be Lisa Gathright and Tommy Lyon.
Okay. Whoever wants to speak first, come on up. Just have her stand in front of the podium. That's fine.
Good morning.
Good morning. Afternoon, actually.
Oh, yeah. Thank you for allowing me to address the court. I'd like to say that everything has really opened and brought a lot of attention to a lot of things that are going on in the community and in the neighborhood of Jacksonville and also elsewhere.
Mr. Snarty, you're talking too loud. I can't hear Ms. Lyle.
Elsewhere in the country. We have received a lot of support and a lot of comments about people who've learned a lot about the judicial process throughout this, which I think is very, very important, and also has sparked a lot of conversation in regards to parents communicating with their children and letting people realize that just it doesn't matter what your situation is. You never know what can happen in life and where you can find yourself. And I think with this trial being televised and with a lot of controversy and attention, it's really sparked a lot of conversation throughout the community and brought a lot of awareness. And I hope that this will change a lot of things in people's lives and change their minds and opinions. And as a retired member of the military, I've always been one who has strictly believed in the rule of law and right and wrong. And I've learned a lot. All I can say is I've learned a lot and about how the process goes. And thank you for allowing me to
Sure, Ms. Lyle, and I just want to tell you, you've been a very devoted mother to your son. I can tell. You've been here throughout the trial, and he's very fortunate to have you as his mother. And I know your heart is broken. I know it is, because it's your child. And I do have sympathy for that and for you. I really do. I'm very sorry for you and for your family that this is where you find yourself. But your attitude and what you're taking away from it, I hope as well for the community's sake that there is some change, because this can't go on. This tragedy just cannot go on. So I thank you for your comments.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And Ms. Gathright, do you want to say something? Come on up.
I too want to thank you for allowing me to address the court. This tragic event occurred when Sean was barely 18 years old, and this is a time when the prefrontal cortex of the brain is not fully developed. This development doesn't complete itself until they're at least 25. And this is the area of the brain that controls impulses, and risky behavior is part of the immature brain. They have a heightened drive for risky behavior. Logic is emotions and impulses are their first priority, and logic is the second one. And I know that Sean made a mistake, but I really believe that the punishment is too severe. Sean.
I know, it's hard. Mrs. Gathright, it's hard. I know.
Sean is a bright young man, and given the opportunity, I believe he can make an outstanding role model for younger people. He's a strong Christian, and he is liked by his peers as well as adults. This one event should not define the rest of his life. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. And Mr. Gathright, do you wish to say something?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Your Honor, I just thank you once again for allowing me the opportunity. I prepared just a little something. I worked kind of pretty thoughtfully on it, so I just ask that you allow your discretion for me to.
Yeah, no, go ahead.
Thank you.
As long as it's respectful.
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
Here we are, being sentenced for the murder of Charles Jones on the day he was killed 2 years later. Now, some may say this is just a coincidence, but I believe that nothing has been, is, or ever will be left up to chance, and that everything in this world is predestined. And there are many biblical promises of that belief holding true. Jeremiah 1:5 says, "Before you were formed in the womb, I knew you. Before you were born, I set you apart." Jeremiah 29:11 says, "I know the plans I have for you, plans for good and not for disaster." And Romans 8:28 says, "We know all things work together for good to those who love God and are called to his purpose." and there are many more just like them. God has full sovereignty over our lives. He chooses our times of peace and prosperity, our times of joy and laughter, but He also chooses our traumas and our tribulations, not to punish and tear us apart, but to strengthen our character and our faith. Everyone wonders how and why I ended up in a situation like this, despite growing up with a loving family, nice home, multiple opportunities, and promising potential. Some act as if it is impossible or unheard of for someone like me to find themselves in a situation like this. But in reality, it is much more common than we think, and has been happening long before today. There is a parable Jesus shared with the world called the prodigal son, a son who had the nice home, loving family, servants. He had his every need catered to, yet he still chose to take his inheritance and venture off to a far country where he indulged in prodigal living. He soon ran out of money, and a famine had struck the land he was in. And while that would have been enough signs for most to turn back, his eyes still hadn't opened, and he still hadn't come to his senses. Hungry and desperate, he found a job on a farm feeding pigs. And during these times, pigs and what they were fed were deemed as the filthiest, most impure, lowest of the low, and worst of the worst. But he was so hungry and so blind that the food he fed the pigs looked appetizing. That's when he finally came to his senses. He realized that even the servants back home had enough food to spare, yet here he is dying of hunger amongst pigs. After this eye-opening experience, he decided to return home. He was ashamed and planned to go to his father to ask for forgiveness and to become one of his servants because he no longer felt worthy to be called his son. But when he returned, his father embraced him with love and compassion, dressed him in the finest clothes and jewels, and celebrated his son's return with a feast, exclaiming, "This son of mine was dead and has come back to life. He was lost and is now found." It is not uncommon for good young men who come from good families to get lost in this world. But discontentment often leads these good young men astray. When scholars and historians look back on our times, I believe they will label us as the age of discontentment. And those of us who come from privileged upbringings are actually disadvantaged to the fight against it. Because of the high expectations, many opportunities and options we grow up with, we don't know what struggle looks like, or how hard our parents had to work to provide these opportunities for us. We don't know what we have until it's gone. And it often happens after we go through our own eye-opening experience. Never in history has there been a time like now, where there is so much available and so easy to consume, but we still demand more. And it is clearly seen in my generation. Young men and women want to grow up faster to try to keep up with the influencers that are idolized. And this is in part due to us being so susceptible. A study done by the National Institute of Mental Health provided evidence showing that the brain doesn't reach full maturity until 26 to 27 years old for men, about 8 or 9 years older than my time during the offense. But society knows this, and that's why laws set age requirements on certain activities, amenities, and substances as a way to protect adolescent adults. Yet those same laws don't extend to an adolescent adult when they are charged with crimes and allows them to be prosecuted to the fullest extent, regardless of their age. Your Honor, it is heartbreaking that an 18-year-old can't rent a car or a hotel or buy a home, but can be sentenced to death or life in prison without the possibility of parole. They can't purchase alcohol or tobacco, but can be sentenced to death or life in prison without the possibility of parole. They can't work certain jobs or even go on a cruise without a chaperone, but can be sentenced to death without life, or life without prison, in prison without possibility of parole. And I'm a prime example of these circumstances. At 18 years old, with no prior convictions, I was charged, indicted, and had to face the death penalty. My point is, society views anyone under the age of 21 as not being mentally mature enough to participate or partake in these activities, amenities, and substances, because certain substances listed can negatively impact or stunt the growth of a developing brain, while other activities and amenities have restrictions due to the lack of impulse and behavioral control or lack of situational awareness at times with teens. It is very simple to understand that our brains have not developed enough. that we live in a society where someone under the age of 21 can be sentenced to death or life in prison without parole. We leave no room for growth, rehabilitation, or redemption. We don't account for the fact that they weren't a fully developed adult and their judgment and decision-making abilities weren't developed either. I believe it is cruel for someone under the age of 21 to be sentenced to life without parole or death before they're even old enough to be fully emancipated or to fully comprehend what consequences their actions carry. I say all this because I want to see change. Change for those whose fates were sealed long before they were born. Change for the prodigal sons and daughters who ventured off too far in the world and got lost. Change for those who haven't reached full maturity or unlocked their full potential as adults. Change for the ones who never had the option to go around, over, or underneath, but straight through their obstacles. In spite of my current circumstances, I still trust in all those biblical promises. And I believe that I am exactly where God planned for me to be, a plan He created long before I was born. It is also my belief that this chapter of my life will propel me to a much greater purpose than what we see here today, because my journey has just begun. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gathright. All right. Does Davion Murphy wish to say anything, or anyone on his behalf? He's indicating no. Okay.
Mr. Davion Murphy has no comments.
Okay. And Mr. Petratus, on behalf of Mr. Chance, does he wish to say anything?
No, Your Honor, other than we...
Oh, no. I've moved on to Mr. Petratus behind you.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Mr. Chance, would like to make a statement.
Okay, sure. Come on up. Again, as long as it's respectful.
Sorry, I'm kind of nervous. Sorry.
It's all right.
Sorry, Judge. What I did right, Sean kind of covered like how predominantly what I did right.
Okay.
And my lawyer just told me I couldn't talk about a lot of things, so.
Well, you just need to be careful. If you start talking about the facts of the case, you could end up creating more evidence against you, so that's probably his concern. So I just want you to be aware of that. But even if you're repeating what Mr. Gathright said, you still have the right to say it. So I don't want you to feel that you can't talk just because Mr. Gathright already said it.
Okay. All right. I don't even have or know the right words to say that can rectify the intense severity of how I am situated currently, corresponding to my sentencing right now. I don't think anyone with a reasonable mind frame could adjust their conscience to the reality of something this absurd, especially being this young. This is harder than what I intended. I'm gonna be honest. I feel like our appearances here were more political based than solely on our 6th and 14th Amendment, which guarantees our right to a fair trial with an impartial jury for each defendant. Being that, I'm not gonna say that. I wanted to say something to you directly.
No, that's fine, and you're more than welcome to disagree with any way I may have ruled in the case. You just can't
repeat the facts.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, you don't need to repeat the facts, but you just can't be rude to me. That's all I'm asking. You can express disagreement. I have thick skin, and there'll be an appellate review of everything I did, but just don't be disrespectful, because then I'm gonna have to tell you to sit down, and it becomes a thing. So let's just not have a thing.
Yes, ma'am. All right. Okay. So, thank you. You all right. So, Judge Cisco, unlike the rest of my co-defendants here, they all are charged with being the alleged shooters and have the same verdicts. However, me, on the other hand, the one who was charged with me for playing the same alleged role as I, gets found not guilty for what I am charged with. Alicia's case didn't contradict the alleged shooters versus the state case. I don't even think it's possible it could have. However, it contradicts mine being the only principle here, because both of our jury's decisions contradicts each other. The only nuance here is I went to trial with 3 other people who have the same verdict as I, and she didn't. Alicia get found not guilty for my current charge. It wasn't a coincidence. Basically what I'm saying is Alicia and the state alleged that we played, that's getting into like the facts of like the case.
Well, that's okay. If I'm hearing you correctly, you are taking issue with the fact that I don't know if she's your current or former girlfriend, but she went to trial. She was convicted of a manslaughter and got 15 years, and now you're here facing life, and that I would assume that seems unjust to you. Is that correct?
That's highly unjust. I seen Susie Lopez on the news this morning, and she was saying that justice has been served. Absolutely, if you see it from that perspective. But everything that's a perspective is based off perception. So if you say that's justice, okay, but when you look at, if you put me and Alicia up on like side by side, that's unjust. Like, it's injustice. Like, it doesn't make sense. Like, it's contrary to my verdict. Like, her jury made their decision. Our jury made their decision, but it contradicts like both of our verdicts. The only difference is like I went to trial with my co-defendants and she went to trial by herself. So I feel like personally I got guilt more so by association than like participation. That's all I really wanted to say, Judge. Sorry, because this is way more harder than I anticipated. But that's all. Thank you.
Sure. Sure. And you probably know when Miss Andrews went to trial, she basically pinned it all on you.
Absolutely. Yeah, I know. When, as I sit with my lawyer, like he's probably shivering over there because he don't know what I say out my mouth.
Right. He's very concerned.
Yeah, definitely. A lot of people don't know, but before you go to trial, you try to be optimistic, but everything is done strategically. So how the lawyers optimize what they're gonna say or what they're gonna do, they do it with the client. I'm not saying what she's saying was wrong or not wrong, or what he wanted her to say, or what she said, But that's all though. I want to say something to like Jacksonville though too. So to my city, man, it ain't worth it, boy. Like, it ain't worth it. Like, me being a rapper from my city and Foolio being a rapper from our city, it ain't worth it. Like, my mouth getting dry, sorry. Like, the dissing, the beefing, the shooting, like, for what? Like, for what? Like, when you sitting in your cell alone, cold, it's lonely as hell in that bed. Everybody leave you. Like, nobody here for you. Like, the ones that's your ride or die, your girlfriends,
whoever you love, the only person there for you is your mother, and maybe like one friend, maybe, but it ain't worth it though, bro. It ain't worth it. I was 21 years old facing the death penalty. I never ever, my only interactions with law enforcement was traffic tickets. Wake up next morning, I'm facing the death penalty. That's how quick life can change. It ain't worth it, bro. That's all though. And sorry if I was nervous. Sorry.
No, it's okay, Mr. Chance. And thank you for saying that.
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, Mr. Davion Murphy has changed his mind. He doesn't want to make a brief statement.
Sure.
You take it from right here.
Yeah, go ahead. What would you like to say, Mr. Murphy?
First, I would like to say to God be the glory, and all the time, and he forever have the last say so.
I'm sorry, Judge. I'm sorry.
You know, you may have to step up to the podium because the court reporter just needs to hear what you're saying, Mr. Murphy.
As I was saying, yeah, a little different from up here. Okay. To God be the glory all the time, and He'll forever have the last say so in our situation. As I said in my interrogation interview, I'll be judged for it, and I'll forever retain my innocence. And I just want to say to the Gen Z generation, change your life and do something productive with your life, because in this predicament it ain't worth it. And like it was said before, this is not my first rodeo down this road, so it's looking like forever, but I forever keep a positive mind state and a positive mindset. But to God be the glory forever. And that's it.
Thank you, Ms. Murphy. All right. Mr. Rashad Murphy, anything you want to say or at all? You don't have to. Just giving you the final chance.
I love everybody.
Okay. Okay. All right. Very good. All right. So, a couple things before I pass sentence. First of all, I want to commend the lawyers again. I know I did it at the close of the trial, but this was a massive case. I mean, it's by far the longest case, the most intricate case, the most difficult case that I've ever handled in almost 24 years. And I know for you all as well, it had to have been, I can't even imagine the Herculean task of all the evidence and sorting through it. And you all always conducted yourselves with the utmost professionalism. And I just want to again express my gratitude for that, how seriously everyone took the case. I never ever have to worry about any of the lawyers before me ever not abiding by the rules of professional conduct. I never have to worry about you being disrespectful to me or to witnesses or to each other. I never have to worry about the attorneys misleading me on the law. And it's rare that happens, but when it does, and it has happened recently, it does make me very grateful for lawyers that know what they're doing and that practice with the utmost professionalism. So I do want to just thank you all for that so much. I also want to comment about law enforcement's work. I don't know if Detective Ramos is here. I don't see him here. That was one heck of a job. I mean, that was unbelievable. I mean, I've seen a lot of good homicide detectives testify over the years from TPD or HCSO. That was remarkable, and particularly in light of the fact that it was his first time as a lead detective. I mean, and he had an encyclopedic knowledge of this case. I mean, I'm talking about massive amounts of information that he could recall instantly. And not every law enforcement agency and not every homicide detective solves this case. Not everyone does. But he did. I mean, he was tenacious and thorough and so impressive. And If I were at TPD, I'd give him some kind of award for the job that he did, because it was really, really good. He made the whole agency look good. I also want to comment, Detective Taylor Klein, also, who had the foresight to go pull that video from the McDonald's, which was a key part of evidence in this case. And really the cooperation amongst law enforcement in the state of Florida, it's really remarkable. I want to commend the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office, the gang unit. I think it's a 12-member unit. And just based upon what I know anecdotally about the situation in Jacksonville, I don't know that it has improved, but a 12-gang unit just doing their best to deal with all of the gang violence in that community, that a lot is asked of them. And specifically, I want to note Detective Nader and Detective Drabak. They, again, worked tirelessly on this case. They worked hand in glove with Detective Ramos. And again, Detective Drabak having the wherewithal to know to go into the Walmart and pull the video. Like that's good old-fashioned detective work that really yielded results for the state of Florida. I also want to commend the cooperation with the Polk County Sheriff's Office, the Gwinnett County Police Department, and I believe it was at Putnam County that found that provided the telephone for Darius Beals. Was that the Clay County Sheriff's Office? I mean, it really is remarkable. And again, in not every state in the United States of America do you have agencies that work that well together with a common goal. So, I mean, that part of it was just very, very, very impressive. I really don't know what to say about what's going on in Jacksonville. Again, and I don't know if it's getting better or not, but I was stunned. And when I was sitting there listening to the evidence and just the trail of dead bodies, just one young man after the next, just cut down in the prime of their lives. I mean, it's shocking. It is shocking. And I just can't believe that any community, if they're made aware of it, will stand by and put up with that. I mean, it's just tragic. And, Mr. Jones did not deserve to die for what he did, or the drill rap videos he made. But goodness gracious, going and desecrating the gravesite of a murdered relative is, you don't deserve to be killed for that, but you just increased your odds that it was going to happen, and that's the truth. That is the truth. So I'm not at all, again, stating that he deserved it, but it's just shocking. It's shocking to me. And I do have great sympathy for the defendants. You all, for the most part, are young men. And some of you have children. And now, for what? For what? Now, you're looking at life in prison. And what was it for? And I really appreciate Mr. Gathright and Mr. Chance really speaking to your community. Like, these decisions that are made can have unalterable changes that you can't come back from. There's no coming back from them. You either end up dead or incarcerated for life. And I feel like, you gentlemen had much more to offer this world. You did, and you do. And so, in particular, Mr. Rashad Murphy and Davion Murphy, listen, there's no question you guys had a difficult childhood. There is no question. The hand that you were dealt from Jump Street was not the best. There is no question about that. Again, it's not an excuse, but I do acknowledge it. Mr. Chance and Mr. Gathright, you all, unlike the Murphys, you all did have positive role models in your life. Mr. Chance, you had a dad that testified and appeared to be a good role model, and a stepfather that cared about you. And Mr. Gathright, as you acknowledged, you had so many opportunities that most people don't have. I mean, you started off, the hand that you were dealt, the cards that you were dealt were pretty good. They were pretty darn good. Better than the average person. So it's particularly hard. I am heartbroken for you. I'm heartbroken for your family members. I'm heartbroken for your children. I am. So I do have great sympathy. but you have been convicted, and it was a horrible crime that was committed, and there is a price to be paid, and there's just no way around that. I do find it remarkable, and I hope that you can maintain your positive outlook. Each of you still has a life of value, and going forward, the quality of the life that you have every day will come down to the choices you make. And so I hope that you continue to make choices, and then you realize you do have value and you can contribute. And you started today by speaking to the members of your community, particularly the younger men, that this is not the way to go. It's not. It's not. Because look, we have Charles Jones is dead and 4 people who will now spend life in prison. And again, all for what? For what? Nothing. Over nothing. Turf warfare, drill rap videos. I mean, it really is nothing. So one thing I found that was, when I was listening to the testimony, I think when Robert Howard testified, he testified that Jacksonville was the new little Chicago. And I almost fell out of my chair, because I can't even imagine anyone in Jacksonville wanting that comparison. So I was curious. I looked it up, and who knows if this is accurate, but apparently in Chicago last year, there were 406 homicides. A quarter of that was gang-related. That's about 104 people. Dead. Poof. Gone. Gone. For what? For what? So, I just want you all to know that, and I really do hope that, at least in the community of Jacksonville, that there are serious changes. I don't know why this scourge of gang violence has cropped up. I have no idea. I really am not familiar with Jacksonville. I don't know the whys, but I hope that the community does come together to end it, because Jacksonville just can't keep losing so many young men cut down in the prime of their lives. Can't do it. Continue doing it. So, okay. Anything further before I pronounce sentence?
No, Your Honor. Nothing on behalf of Rashad Murphy. No, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor, on behalf of Davion Murphy.
No, Your Honor.
All right. So, Mr. Chance, I'm going to start first. I'm going to adjudicate you guilty. Count 1, sentence you to mandatory life without the possibility of parole. Count 2, I will adjudicate you guilty, sentence you to life to run concurrent with count 1. Mr. Gathright. On count 1, I will adjudicate you guilty, sentence you to life without the possibility of parole. You also have a 20-year minimum mandatory sentence. On count 2, the conspiracy, I will sentence you to 30 years in prison to run concurrent. Count 3, attempted murder in the second degree, I will sentence you to 30 years Florida State Prison with a 20-year minimum mandatory sentence, again to run concurrent with all other counts. On count 4, attempted murder in the second degree, adjudicate you guilty and sentence you to 30 years prison with a 20-year minimum mandatory sentence, again to run concurrent with all other counts. Count 5, adjudicate you guilty, sentence you to 30 years Florida State Prison with a 20-year minimum mandatory sentence, again to run concurrent with all other counts. And on count 6, adjudicate you guilty, sentence you to 5 years Florida State Prison, again to run concurrent. And again, for you and Mr. Chance, giving you credit for all time served. As to Davion Murphy, Mr. Davion Murphy, I will adjudicate you guilty of first-degree premeditated murder, sentence you to life in prison without the possibility of parole, and you will have a 20-year minimum mandatory sentence as part of the life sentence. Count 2 on the conspiracy, adjudicate you guilty, sentence you to life to run concurrent. On the attempted murders, counts 3, 4, and 5, I will adjudicate you guilty of each of those, sentence you to life in prison with a 20-year minimum mandatory sentence on each, again to run concurrent with all of the other counts, and again giving you credit for all time served. And finally, Mr. Rashad Murphy, I will adjudicate you guilty of murder in the first degree, sentence you to life in prison without the possibility of parole, and you will also receive a 20-year minimum mandatory sentence. On count 2, conspiracy, adjudicate you guilty, sentence you to life in prison to run concurrent with count 1. On counts 3, 4, and 5, I will adjudicate you guilty on each of those, sentence you to life in prison. Each of those carries a 20-year minimum mandatory, again to run concurrent with all other counts, and giving you credit for all time served. All right, anything further?
No, Your Honor.
I do wish you gentlemen the best, I really do, to make the most of your lives going forward. And you do have 30 days to appeal the judgment and sentence of this court. All right? Thank you all. We're concluded.
Court's adjourned.
And there you have it. Pretty much what we all expected. They all get life without parole, and that indeed means life without parole in Florida.
I already signed them.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So they all get life without parole, which, as I said, is life without parole. Isaiah got count 2. He got life, which is to run concurrent. And then Sean got life. They all got life without parole, but then Sean got 30 years, 30 years, 30 years, and 5 years. The 5 years was for count 6. That was for tampering. And then Davion and Rashad pretty much got the same things. Counts 1, life without parole. Count 2, life concurrent with count 1.
Yes, I'll grant the motion. Just upload an order.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Sure.
And then counts 3 through 5, life, 20-year minimum mandatory, and all concurrent. So I do like the fact that we were talking about this at the beginning of all this. Like, you know, if anything positive can come out of this, maybe, just maybe, somebody will watch this who's 15 or 10 and be like, wow, I don't want that to be my life. I'm going to do something different. You know, that's all it takes. All it takes is just one. It's like the butterfly effect. It just takes, or the pebble. It just takes one person to say, you know what? I don't want to be like that. I don't want to be in jail for the rest of my life when I'm 21, 22. So, and I do like the fact that both Sean and Isaiah, you know, they came up and they said, this is not, don't do it. You know, Isaiah looked at the camera. Isaiah looked right at the camera and he's like, don't do it. It's not worth it. This is not worth it. So, I hope that, you know, I hope that takes some, I hope that goes in, sinks in. I hope that sinks in. And, there's some 10, 11, 12-year-olds out there that are watching this. They're like, okay, you know what? Maybe we could do something different. You know, I don't know. You know, it's easy for me to say, you know, it's easy for me to say, I'm not living that life. I don't have that. So it's easy for me to say, it's easy for the judge to say. But when the guys are saying that, when Isaiah looks right at the camera and says, it ain't worth it, you know, maybe I hope that they, as part of their sentencing, I would ask, if I was the state or if I was the victims, I would be like, I want them to go back to Jacksonville and I want them to talk to these kids. I want them, or have the kids, you know, I don't know. I just want them to talk to the community, to talk to these kids, you know, go back to the neighborhoods and be like, you know, it's not worth it. It's just not worth it. I got kids and they're never, you know, they're going to see me grow up in a prison, you know? I don't know. Like I said, it's easy for me to say, but when you see them saying it, when you see them looking into the camera and you see them saying it, then, you know, then it's like, all right, it's maybe, just maybe something can be done. I don't know. All right. Canadian Crime Watcher, how are you? I feel they should have been given a chance being so young and dumb, but I understand the situation. Yeah, they're not, I mean, we can we can feel empathy. I know some people do, some people don't. They did take a life. And I thought what Judge Sisko said, Charles Jones was no saint. He was certainly no angel in this. When you go and you desecrate an opponent's, a rival's gravesite, you're only increasing your chances of not being on this earth for very long. I thought that was, again, yeah, it's pretty brutal. Pretty brutal what's going on. Robert Howard testified saying Jacksonville is becoming like the new little Chicago. She said 406 homicides and a quarter of them, so just over 102 or so, 100 of them were gang related. It's 406 homicides. Let's see how many are in. I know they went down. Homicides in Jacksonville definitely went down. I know they definitely went down. Let's see, 2025. Now this happened in 2024. There was a huge bust in what do you call it? JSO made a huge deal about bringing homicides down. So 115. There were 115 homicides in Jacksonville in 2025. That included 79 murders, 11 fatal police-involved shootings, 12 justifiable homicides, 13 unclassified. Now, while total killings ticked up from a historical low in 2024, that's interesting. The city saw only one gang-affiliated murder for the entire year. So that's pretty interesting. So it went down in 2024, which is when this happened. It happened in June, obviously. So it went down. So that's let's look at Jackson's. All right, in 2026 there have been 24 murders, 1 manslaughter. That's 20. Okay, there's been 27 so far. That's not too bad. You multiply that times 2 because we're halfway through. That's only about 60. That's under 60. It's 54 homicides. That's a far cry from 100 and what did I say? 115 in 2025. I mean, that's big. 97. There was 97 in 2025, 79 in 2024, 148 in 2023. This is all Jacksonville. 164 in 2022. So that's, now I don't know what's gang related, but think about that. So in Jacksonville in 2022, there were 164, 25 of those were justifiable. So 164 in 2022, 148 in 2023, 79 in 2024, 97 in 2025, and now 27 so far in 2026. So maybe something's happening. I don't know. Way better in Baltimore. Well, let's look up homicides in the United States. Homicide by city in the USA. Let's see what we got here. All right. Jackson, Mississippi records some of the highest rates nationally, often exceeding 75 per 1,000 residents. St. Louis, Baltimore, Detroit, and New Orleans are the next. Now that's just based on per capita. So this is per capita. This is per 100,000. So you got Jacksonville at 78 per 100,000. St. Louis is 58. So Renee, Baltimore comes in third, but this is per 1,000. So you got Jacksonville at 78, St. Louis at 53.9, Baltimore at 34.8, Detroit is 32.1, DC is 27.3, and Chicago is 21.7. That's really funny. Now again, that's based just on per capita, and they're also saying, Louisiana and Alabama county level data illustrates localized areas around Jackson face disproportionate impacts compared to the rest of the respective states. So, all right. William says, you were born in Chicago, 73. Your dad moved you to Ohio in the late 80s. gang infested back then. Well, then you take it back to the Capones. You go back to the 20s. Then you got the gangs back in the back then too. So, Florida native, how are you? Good to see you. Davion definitely seemed. He seemed. I don't know what his. he seemed. He seemed happy for sure. Let's see here. That is St. Louis, Indiana, Illinois, not St. Louis, Missouri. No, it's St. Louis, Missouri. But it's per capita. So you got to take that. It's per capita. So. Which cities have the highest murder rates in the U.S.? Let's see what this is. Which cities? Cook County, home of Chicago, had 719 homicides in 2024, the most in the nation. Second highest was Los Angeles. They had 568. But adjusted for population, Chicago has 13.9 per 100,000, which actually ranks at 13th. And Los Angeles is 5.8. That ranks it at 38th. So, again, per capita, St. Louis, Memphis, Baltimore, D.C., Richmond, Virginia. That's funny. So they base it on per capita. So the lowest rates were San Jose, Irvine, Plano, Texas, Queens, Queens, New York, and Riverside, California. So. All right, you guys. All right. So that's what we have. Real quick before we end, let's see. We are going to cover the Alaska trial, Zarius Hildebrandt. We're expecting the state to rest today. So we're going to go over there in a little bit. But did they get 2 life charges for different charges? Yeah. Yep. They did. They did. One was the actual act, and the other one was conspiracy. So the actual act and the conspiracy. The other ones, which were the other 3 shooting victims, they just got 30 years. So the actual for Charles, for his actual shooting death, and then the conspiracy to do it, they got life for both of those. Dragonflies, Richmond is an hour from where you live. Yes, we will do a portal. Portal is already enacted. Green-Eyed Cat, you were born in Chicago in '66, back in the 70s and early 80s. It was a wonderful place to grow up. I had a wonderful childhood with lots of freedom and exposure to so much art, music, and culture. Stacy, New York City isn't on that list. Actually, it was Queens is considered was Queens one of the better ones? Well, New York is there, but they're way down. You know what, Stacy, I felt the same thing. Living in New York, I was like, I am surprised that there aren't more. There's not. It actually, you know what? Here's what I thought when I was there. I'm like, I have to give credit to the human race. I don't often do that. All right, I don't often give credit to the human race, but I gave credit to the human race when I was in New York City, and I'm like, wow, so many people live literally on top of each other. You have 4, 5, 6 people in apartments. You've got 10, 15, 20, 100 apartments in a building. You multiply that, you do the math. You've got thousands and thousands of people living on top of each other, and there's not more crime. There's not more people at each other's throats. So I'm like, okay, that's a testament to living within close proximity of each other. Then you get on a subway and you're smelling the armpit of some guy who hasn't taken a shower all day or whatever, or somebody's bumping into you. You're like, what are you doing? This kind of stuff. You just see crap every day. It's amazing that I do have to admit I was amazed. It struck me one day. I'm like, wow, I can't believe that we're not more at each other's throats. So. All right, Ronnie. Good to catch everyone. Good to see everyone and able to catch this. Been missing your Trial TV Live fam. Yeah, for sure, man. So glad that you spent your few hours with us. Let's see. So basically, they all got life without parole. They all talked. They actually all, at first, Davion had no comment, but then he saw Sean and Isaiah get up there. Actually, Rashad did not. I'm sorry, Rashad did not. Oh, no, he did. He said, I love everybody. Davion got up. He said, to God be the glory. As I said in my interrogation, I maintain my innocence. Gen Z, change your life, do something productive. This ain't worth it. So they all kind of talked. And when they got up there, both Isaiah and Davion were like, wow, I'm nervous. This is way different than, when you're sitting down, it's one thing, but when you get up in front of the judge and you got the cameras, it changes, it changes. So, all right. All right, you guys, I'm going to wrap it up here because I've got to get ready for the next stream. All right, so we have a portal going for our next stream. I hope you guys hang out. I hope you guys hang out for us. Come on over. We're picking up on the next the trial that we were covering before, the Zarius Hildebrand in Alaska. He is a Army, 21 years old. Was out celebrating his 21st birthday and then came home, and his wife, not sure what happened, but he says that she took her own life, but it seems pretty much guaranteed that he was the one that pulled the trigger. So anyway, the state still has 2 more witnesses. So please join us. Please join us for that. We do have a portal set up. Let me just double check. I know I set it up in a little bit ago, but let me just double check. I've got that set up for you guys. Customization. All right, portal is set up, and just in case, on the off chance you don't make it over, here is the link for that. This is Zarius. This is the Hildebrand. Hildebrand, not Hildegrand. Hildebrand link. All right, there's the link for Hildebrand. Oops. Yes, Kaylee, please, there's the link for the Hildebrand. If you have a moment, please hit the like button. If you can hear my voice, please hit the like button. Be sure you're already subscribed. If you're in chat, you've already subscribed. But consider putting your notifications on. That way you'll get an alert when we go live. And I'm going to end it here. I'm going to wrap it up here. Thank you guys for joining us. We are finished with the Julio Foolio, Charles Jones trial out of Tampa. Once again, the 4 defendants, Davion and Rashad Murphy, Isaiah Chance, and Sean Gathright, were all found guilty, as we know, and they were all sentenced to life without parole, and then some. And then they all got 30 years or 20 years, so they all got extras. So appreciate you guys joining us, and thank you to our mods. Thank you to Aaron. Thank you guys for being respectful. I know this is can be emotional and can get us all charged up. But appreciate you guys respecting our channel, respecting each other. That's all we ever ask. All right. With that, you guys have a great one. Please join us at Alaska versus Zarius Hildebrand. With that, I will say goodbye to you. Hopefully, we'll see you over there. And if not, we'll see you at another trial. Okay. Take care, guys. Bye. Oh, wait. I have to show you. I always show you Super Ball. There's Super Ball for Grampy. There's Super Ball for you. Yeah, it's a good girl. Oh, I know. Oh, I just woke her up. Yeah, it's a good girl. Yeah, that's my good girl. Boop. I boop her nose. All right, Grampy, that was for you. All right, guys, take care, and we'll see you over at the other stream. Bye.